Whoa. Why is... Why is there a camera? And also, why is it, like, cooked? That's so funny. Oh, why am I in the sky? What is happening? Go down. There we go. Thank you so much, Ruby Dead Queen, for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. No, there's no check-in message. You just check in. You can check in all the teams, but eventually you guys are gonna have to choose one. One team. There are lots of teams. I'm so cooked. Dude, I'm so bad at being alive, guys. I am so bad at being alive. Thank you for checking in, y'all. Yeah, so I'm still trying to code it. I don't know how to code. Oh, thank you for everybody for checking in. But once I get the team thing going, like check-ins will count as points, and then time spent and streaks will count. Will count as points, and it'll all be so cool. And then people can spend the points on fun stuff like drawings, deciding commissions, event stuff. Yeah, so I'm excited. For that when I figure out how to do it, because I'm really bad at it. Also, there was something else I was gonna say, but I've already forgotten it. I don't remember anymore. I don't remember. I don't remember. Hello. It was something. I worked so hard today, guys. I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule. I scheduled a bunch of appointments. I put some of the stuff was appointments I put on Throne, so I put like some crowdfunding. Christmas? Was it really? I don't remember. So I put some stuff on crowdfunding on Throne. No, I need to fix my doll because her face is messed up. I'm gonna have to dunk her in acetone. We'll do the torture live on stream. Definitely cards. We're gonna decorate them later for my stress relief because I worked so hard today. There was something else though. Oh yeah. So I put. Thank you for the undead miss wishes. I put some stuff on Throne, crowdfunding stuff for bigger things. I want to get Botox on my face in my pain points. Like I have really bad jaw pain, and then I flex my muscles on my face all the time, and it hurts so bad. I want to get some like pain-related Botox for that. So I put that on there. I'll definitely pay it out of pocket myself for the first session, but every session after is kind of expensive. So I put that on Throne. I put some IV stuff on Throne, and then I think I put like another thing on Throne, like some other $50 thing. Maybe, I think it was like a facial or something, because that's just for fun. But yeah, I updated my Throne with lots of crazy bonk. I updated my Throne with lots of crazy stuff. There's always crazy stuff on there, but again, it's just for fun stuff and stuff. and stuff. Also guys, pain without, it's just pain. My face is just hurting all the time again. I also want to let you guys know that I'm simultaneously streaming on YouTube right now, and I'm going to be doing that for all my streams going forward, and I'm going to also have scheduled streams on YouTube. So yeah, if you guys want to go follow my YouTube, I'm going to be doing more pre-recorded videos on there because it'll help with health stuff. Because I can just put out a video here and there. I think I'm gonna put out some media appreciation videos soon about some of my favorite games. I want to interview people. I have some D&D influencers I want to interview, stuff like that, like cool stuff. I want to do some essay videos. Why am I talking like in this high voice? It's like making me tired. Sometimes I talk like this normally, but sometimes it feels like my voice is just going really high. Yeah, so I multi-stream, but I haven't really been doing it recently that much. But now I really want to lean into it because most of the content I consume is on YouTube. So it'd be like a good idea to like switch, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. But my face is hurting from doing this pitched up voice. So I'm gonna try to consciously, when I get nervous, you guys, I always manufacture a voice, and I know that is really weird. It's not manufacturing, it's more of an anxiety thing. So that's sometimes really me too, but I need to learn to not exude so much energy and go back to my normal voice, because that's a lot more comfortable for me, and I need to take things slower, and I just need to be normal. And this is my normal, and it feels really nice and calm, but that I know isn't It's not the same as when I'm like super giddy and stuff, but I'm gonna try to kind of stay in my normal register because sometimes I'm getting really tired, you know, pitching up my voice. So I'm trying to practice better habits in 2026, and this is one of them because I think it will really help me stream longer. Also, I would love to schedule more streams. I guerrilla stream almost exclusively due to health reasons, but I think if I am able to make it more sustainable, I can plan streams, and that makes it so much easier for collabs. You know what I'm saying? Like, just so much easier. Why are my eyeballs looking in the corner? Okay, well, I guess my screen is up there, so that makes sense. Let's switch to our gaming scene. Let me see. Gaming. Whoa, I'm in the corner. I'm gonna be trying really hard to kind of stay in my normal register. If I don't worry about it. You don't have to remind me or anything. I will go back to it as soon as I can remember to make things super comfy. Because I for a while, I was able to do it every single stream, and then it made it really nice, but then I started pitching up my voice again out of anxiety, and it's annoying. You know, it's like super... It's not annoying like my voice. I'm not saying my voice is annoying. I have no idea if it is. But it's annoying to like have to constantly like feel like my brain is like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god, the YouTube side! This is the same speed on Twitch. See, my streams are always going to be giga laggy, unfortunate, just because of farm Wi-Fi. We're going to get fiber soon, though, and that will be so cool. My voice is nice. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm really insecure about it, like my lower voice, because I have so much vocal fry, and I know that can be annoying, but that's due to my... I have issues with my throat, right? So that's why when I pitch it up, it's like taking a significant amount of effort, and often I'm not thinking as much, and I want to speak slower. I talk really fast when I'm confused and everything, and I think that's fine to a certain degree, but if I talk slower when I'm actually trying to talk, I think it'll become less tiring on my body and stuff. Also, I wanted to mention something cool. I've done a lot of work on planning for next year, and I'd like to upload my goals and stuff and like all my big journal spreads essentially to my Discord, and then I made a new group on Twitter to kind of facilitate 2026 growth. If you are interested in kind of joining a group that I'm going to try to really funnel a lot of attention into, for like turning life around, making everything good and happy and fun, and like working on yourself and prioritizing important things. I have a group on Twitter, and I will link that soon. It's just like a small community thing. Before it was my no spend situation, but now bank. It's a little different. I'm making it a whole 2026, like, let's do our best. Not like in a grind set way, but in like an every single way. Also, I'm going to turn off my BGM, and we're gonna go to Spotify because I want to sing. Let's see. Spotify widget. And I also think that's why, like, I don't get tired talking to my friends, but sometimes I'll get tired, like, if I'm meeting new people, it's because I'm, like, trying so hard to get people to like me. Go to song. Song is gone, too. Oh my god, I love this song. I say as I queued all of these. You're obsessed with it. Obsessed with it. So desperate. Oh, cute. It's true. You could be the one. Okay, okay, oh yeah. I could be the one. Okay, okay, oh yeah. Shoot. If you want it. These look weird. I don't know. How bad you want me? This line is insane. It's "you better riz me tonight," but it should be "you better leave me tonight," as in like, I'll talk to you later, bye. But the line is "you better riz me tonight." I can't deal with it, dude. I go shipsy how I feel. You already know the deal. What I like if you wanna feel my love. La 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 la. Okay. Oh my. KFG. Ring ring. Don't talk. See, like this song would be so slay if she was telling them to shut up. What? Oh, my proficiency went up, but I suck. No, I'm really bad with her. No, I'm really bad. No, I don't want anyone to have expectations of me. Hi, Anata Okizukao. This is K-pop. Later. But it has influences from a bunch of different things. I think it has a lot of influences from like South African music, maybe like some. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Brazilian music. Dude, yeah, I'm never having a Lord profile picture. You wanna take if you guys want to play with me, I'm very happy to. I always love that. It's always more fun. And I don't get matched with randoms that hate my ass. Baby, I'm the one you. I need to take my freaking allergy pill so I don't.
It feels good to step outside my bubble every now and then.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yuri-chan is being really clingy lately, and it's honestly very cute. Hello, mommy. Hello, mommy. Yeah, sounds good.
You know that stench never really.
This is some ASMR for you guys. Nasal spray.
How hard you try.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright now.
I'll take a cosmic flash over fighting vampires any day.
Clear the way.
A little extra oomph. Another fearsome foe. Invisible? Psionic burst.
Stop in the middle.
Feel the pull. Psionic surge.
You're lost, but I like that.
Psionic burst.
I've always been a heavy hitter. No worries, I've got your force first.
Never miss.
Anyone willing to help?
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Clearly you needed some help.
Force burst. Psionic burst.
That's not what it do.
I've always been a heavy hitter.
That's right. Hey, we're doing pretty okay, but I'm still not putting any melee in, which is like an issue. Okay.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Clear the way.
Luna! I will do Echo. Echo, I will. I promise. I'm doing Invis End. I'll do both. I promise. It's an Invis and Luna day only.
Us against the world. Disappear. Clear the way.
Who am I? Invisible? Enemy located. All eyes over here.
miss.
Okay, you just keep running in there, huh? Oh shit. Okay. He keeps going in there. I will use it, I promise! I promise! I'm just doing both, I promise! It's gonna be a new healer learning day.
Stay close, Herbie. Psionic burst. Another fearsome foe. This place is worth a good look. Baby. I've always been a heavy hitter.
Dude. Ugh. That's true. I was playing Cloak and Dagger. I wasn't here. To be fair, I wasn't here. I was on vacation.
As good as new.
Girl. Oh my god. Dude. I'm so bad at this character. It's insane. Love, I'm not baby.
I'll fight for my family until the end. More health is never bad. A little extra oomph.
Sorry. Do we not have a tank still?
Come on, let me heal you.
Back in the game.
I got you covered.
Come here.
Pick up your toys, Midnight Ox.
Yo, everybody come here. Just, I don't know what's happening. Baby. Night. I tried to play her last time and I was solo healing and it sucked so bad. Playing Luna Snow as a solo healer is like a different form of evil. No, don't take everything. Please leave me alone.
Horseshoe's gonna be very angry. Clear the way.
Avengers Tower is our destination. Shall we?
There! Don't turn back now!
Come on, let me heal you.
Oh, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Dude. What the hell is happening, bro? Why was it just me, the storm, and the fishy? Silky smooth, and she's got attitude.
Much better.
Got that feeling heart.
Us against the world!
I won't let you down, Hershey. I promise.
Oh my god, let me go. Dude, I suck. She's got
Only 60 seconds left.
We can't afford to slow down. Keep moving it forward.
I'm just trying to say I can heal you, but
Come on, let me heal you.
please come back. Oh my god, dude.
Field. Clear the way.
Woo!
Down to 30 seconds.
Force burst. Psionic burst. Disappear. Much better. A little help, please. No worries. I got your back.
Now we're talking.
I think you made it. Huh.
Vehicle
I had to pop my ult, which sucks, but whatever.
Enemy located. Clearly you needed some help. I'll put this to good use.
Thank you for bonk.
Battlefield ready again.
Feel the pull. Enemy located. Feeling fantastic.
Whatever you find them.
Avengers Tower is our destination.
Never miss.
Oh my god.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Vortex field. Clearly you needed some help. What am I?
It's so annoying being in the front.
Psionic burst. Moon Knight's on pipe is in.
Only 60 seconds left.
The moon haunts you.
Oh my god, dude. Anyone ordered mayo? Sure, why not? Let's order mayo.
It's clear I'm still needed here.
Give me the crown. Let's go again and again.
Come on, let me heal you.
I literally can't help you, bud.
Psionic burst.
Just for 30 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
Vortex field. Psionic surge.
Oh!
Invisible?
I'm just not doing enough. Can I have me? Can you have me for Christmas? That's crazy.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Hurricane incoming.
Oh! Dude, so annoying. I didn't do enough healing. Ses macados imudos sem tank y auda. That is true. I mean, we didn't have a tank. Thank you for checking in, Akiho. If anyone wants to join, I'm going to be exclusively playing Luna and Invis. Gotcha, find out, gotcha. I have a cover of this on my YouTube. And you got to hit, gotcha, no losing. No losing, gotcha, find out. Sakabuya, get loud. Kateruya, boom, pow. Gotcha, find out. Gotcha, find out. Hello, Tipanis. That song is so slay, honestly. Yeah, no worries. I gotta get my purple currency on. Stop it. It's time to show. Nobody click. Hi, Mimian Monkey. Look as you. You're also playing Rivals. Yep. I should put with chat in this thing. With chat. And then I can't wait to do my vision board, guys. I want to show you guys the planner that I made. And I hope you guys go, wow, Zom, you're so slay. You're so organized. I really want to be type A, but I'm like type Z. Get it? Because it's like type B is like messy. Did you guys think my joke was funny?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I was about to just select. Oh, okay, Luna. I forgot to unlock my green. You didn't go to Boy Scouts? Boy Scouts. Back. Time to show. I wanna go. Yes, that was like the greatest. Ooh, okay, you'll join the next game. Yippee.
It's easier being a superhero when you have the theme part figured out.
God, I'm so congested. I need to warm up my voice. I gotta sing Frankenstein and belt it to warm up my voice. Hi, guys.
An Agents of Atlas reunion tour? I don't know.
I just put Frank and they were like,
But I
Frank,
preferred the
Frank Sinatra. And I was like, no.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
So this is the future. Or
Put
one
me
future.
together, thread a needle. So I'm like other people, without all of the evil. I'm trying to be normal, but trauma is immortal, and none of it is your fault. Oh my God, you're so unbearable. Get stopped, there's more than medical. All I want is to feel beautiful inside and out. But the one who's singing for myself. Oh my God. Sorry I let you die, T-Bonies. This guy was in my ass. Together one more time. Love me forever, fix me right. I can be your Frankenstein, Frankenstein. Put me together, make me better. Love me forever, hold me tight. I can be your Frankenstein, Frankenstein. I don't wanna be a monster anymore. I don't wanna be a monster. I don't wanna be a monster anymore. I don't wanna be a monster. I don't wanna be a monster anymore. I don't wanna be a monster. I don't wanna be a monster anymore. I don't wanna be a monster. Goodbye. Till I hit rock bottom. Opened up my problems. Yeah, go ahead. But oh my God, this is so unbearable. If you stop, this is more than magic. All I want. It's saving from my self-destruction. One is to feel beautiful. Gather one more time. Love me forever, fix me right. I can be your Frankenstein, Frankenstein. Put me together, make me better. Love me forever, hold me tight. I can be your Frankenstein, Frankenstein. I don't wanna be a monster anymore. I don't wanna be a monster. I don't wanna be a monster anymore. I don't wanna be a monster. I don't wanna be a monster anymore. I don't wanna be a monster. Be a monster anymore. I don't wanna be a monster.
Let the devil.
Slay mamas, slay mamas.
Keep going.
I think I'm learning Luna. It's so fun. Why did you go in, honey? Let me out. Ah! Let me out, please! No. Stay alive, friends. No. My friends, they're all dead. Oh shit. Die! Oh no, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Yeah! That's awesome! Okay. I get her now. I like that she can self-heal now. It was so hard before. That was a good round! I helped a lot. I need to do more. I need to do more. I feel like I need to move my little sparkle around more. This song is so cute. Yeah, no worries. With the better headlight. Once I get good at these characters and I play them in comp, it's over.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, stupid of me. I need to get the teal version of this freaking outfit. Oh, my poor friends, they're all dying. Oh, no. No! Hey, we regroup. Blow up, my guys. So about the hell live. Oh my god, she killed me. I don't know what I'm doing. Let me heal you!
I've still got songs to sing. I suck. Feeling fantastic. We're finding our groove. Sorry, no escaping us now. Be yourself.
Can you? Oh my god.
私のさあ見たらわかるブラブラとするあげるスターレッピューさあ見たらわかるブラとするあげるスターレッピュー
No escaping us now. I like the cold.
You idiot.
Don't roll like a girl.
Can I just kill you?
Center stage. Over here. I can heal you.
Strengthened for battle.
Be your best self.
말고 싶었대 고맨 미투겠대
No escaping us now.
스타見たらわかるブラブラとするあげるスターレッピュースタ見たらわかるブラブラとする
Ready to put on a show. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. It's okay. Admit it. You may be your best self.
スター見たらスター
I found one of our critics.
スター見たらわかるブラブラとするあげるスターレッピュースタ見たらわかるブラブラとするあげるスターレッピューあげるスターレッピュー
Why am I on the floor? Let me up.
Good night, my darling.
Keep fighting until we have a winner. A nice deep freeze.
Nice. Peppa.
똑같지만 너만 달빛 아래 나 섭섭하게 Goodbye, good night, my darling. I want you, don't need you. I'm better off without you.
Whoa, lots of PlayStation.
Goodbye, good night, my darling.
Echo, if you want to join, feel free.
I will send it.
Ooh, is this a different friend? Because the other one I know was on console, right? We can queue up whenever you want. Stiffle.
거짓말 미안해 나
Stiffle.
내게 Goodbye, good night, my darling.
Oh, I need to get my Luna Snow.
Luna.
Luna, where are you? I'm learning her slowly. I've seen like a lot of like weirdly DPS Luna. They're crazy.
Goodbye, good night, my darling. You know, I'm better off without you.
Brown. The girlies who get the skin get it, and the girlies who don't, and that's okay, but Brown is having a big comeback right now. Oh, give him legs, please. Oh, I'm king now. Yeah. Stifle, stifle.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My attitude.
I'm Luna Snow, like the moon.
Stifle, stifle. She's so cute. Attitude. Apple soup. Is that applesauce? What is apple soup? Is it just boiling apple and broth? Would it just be soup? Apple cider? Is that apple soup? What is a soup?
Superpowers are amazing.
What counts as a soup?
The ice effect.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The time has come to call on ancient forces to aid us in this battle.
Oh, I always wanted to learn magic. Tippy Toe loves a good card trick.
Oh, okay. We got 2 tanks.
They are fueled by pure chaos. You want
Oh no! That's an attack!
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm gonna kill you with my fist.
Here, Gusetta.
Oh, you want it? Where are you? Oh. There you go. Oh my god! Melted! Melted! Everyone's melting! No, please. Please. Oh my god. What the frick is happening? This is my 3D model. This is my villainous form, though. I guess my most normal one would be my human mode. No, please.
I suck. That's it. They have been seen and they will not escape.
Oh my god, please, dear lord.
This is real firepower!
I am ready to put on a show.
Charge!
I don't have to be center stage. Keep an eye on
Judge, jury, executioner!
Here, Gusetta.
I should have stopped him, I thought. I thought the icicle would have stopped him. Give me up. Muhammad! Oh shoot, oh shoot. Okay, coming in.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Taken it all. What a glorious
We're strong together.
want to go back to the cart,
This is real fire
but
power.
I do want to heal. Oh shit.
But instead, I will escort Spider Zero there. I am ready to put on a show.
No, you can't kill me. Me and the squirrel girl are forever alive.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I have found more lost souls.
Be strong together. I like the cold. Need some help. Power.
Cosmic might return.
I don't have to be here. Keep going. If Spider Zero does not reach Budokan, that cannot reach the Shrine of the Weaver. Gee, thanks. Loa, I appreciate you. I suck. Be careful over here.
What the hell? Nice.
I was worried.
Cosmic might return.
I suck. We're finding our groove. I feel renewed. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
What the hell are you doing, bud? I'm so pretty. I'm so pretty. I'm so pretty. I'm so pretty. I'm so beautiful. I'm so pretty. Come here for a snowflake.
Be your best self.
Be your best self, bro.
That one hurt. Don't let anything stand in your way. Just in time. Sorry, no escaping us now.
Give it never fall.
I am ready to put
Oh
on a
shit.
show.
Rise, my friends!
I found one of our critics. A nice deep freeze.
Oh shit, why? Oh my god, they used everything. No!
I'm back in the fight. Get that vehicle moving again. I can heal you.
Oh, you're fine.
Be your best self. Balls to glow. That hurts. I feel renewed. Sorry, no escaping.
Assemble!
I was worried. One of Moon Knight's ult. Well, that's better. Get that vehicle moving again. Aw, did I break that? Fluff knife.
The girl will not forget your sacrifice.
Time to go. I'm making a comeback. Come here and let me help. Hey, get that vehicle moving again. I found one of our critics. Sorry, no escaping us now.
Cosmic might returns.
Need some help. It's come here. I'm back in the fight. Come here and let me help.
Second chance is over.
There it is. I'm the help. A nice deep freeze. Double KO. Someone needs a snowball. We have to break through now. A nice deep freeze. It's one of Midnight's ults. Be strong together.
Assemble!
Final 10 seconds. Thanks so much. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. I always wanted to play Budokan, but instead I will escort Spider to her there. I don't have to be center stage. So close! This is your big chance!
Rise, my friend!
The moon haunts you!
Second chance is over.
It's okay. I get it. You need me. Thanks so much. Another epic victory! Unlocking superpowers. I'm singing in the shower. Deodorant and happiness. It's more than just a visual. 더 다정해질 용기. 날 감싸오는 나. I'm gonna be alright. 고요했던 하루에 난 서서히 깨어난 작은 틈 사이 아주 선명히 속삭이는 마음이 낯설지 않아 조금씩 feel alive 차갑게 맘을 채워뒀던 꿈이야 한 조각 용기를 불어넣은 그 순간 한숨의 파워 되살아나 Feel like fly high I'm going like a flower Unlocking superpowers I'm singing in the shower 비오르는 happiness I'm I'm grow like that, I'm gonna be alright. 온기를 잃은 가든 그 위를 채운 빛 기나긴 탕에 빠진 소원을 깨워내 I'm safe in my own eyes. 괜찮아, trust myself. I'm going like a flower, unlocking superpowers. I'm singing in the shower, 비오르는 happiness. It's more than just a visual, 더 다정해질 용기. 날 감싸오는 나, I'm gonna be alright. I'm singing in the shower, 비오르는 happiness. It's more than just a visual, 더 다정해질 용기. 날 감싸오는 나, I'm gonna be alright. 내 안에 활짝 피어날 거야. I'm grow like that, I'm gonna be alright. 탐스럽게 Shit, look at this atom. 진짜 맛있겠다, 그치? 우린 괜찮을 거야. 우린 괜찮을 거야. Shit, look at your apple. 맛이 궁금하다, 그치? 우린 괜찮을 거야. 우린 괜찮을 거야. Bring me back to heaven, lay at your Bring me back to heaven, lay at your honey. Bring me back to heaven, lay at your Bring me back to heaven, lay at your mommy. 선과 악을 따져 뭐해 베어물지 않았다면 네 손에 지질이 끄는 너와 나의 인생 다 띠단 입술의 맛을 볼래 냠냠 끝이 어두 좋은 잠자리가 원해 죽는 나의 눈초리가 날 미치게 하는 몸사위가 죄라면 달게 받을게 사과나물 심어줘 내 골반 생명이 싹 트는 숲 사랑이란 것이 생기기 전 무엇이 우릴 만들었나 Shit, look at this atom 진짜 맛있겠다 그지 우린 괜찮을 거야 우린 괜찮을 거야 Shit, look at your apple 맛이 궁금하다 그지 우린 괜찮을 거야 우린 괜찮을 거야 Bring me back to heaven, lay at your Bring me back to heaven, lay at your honey Bring me back to heaven, lay at your Bring me back to heaven, lay at your 멈추지 마 다신 없을 기회를 날리지 마 손을 잡아 내 허리가 탐스럽게 익은 여기 과실들을 봐 외딴 cacophony story it's electric 그 소란스런 밴딩 너를 만난 별난 사건 첫 번째 별은 차가워 몇 번째 은하를 건너 멋대로 불시착한 그대란 낯선
Hello? Okay, what the frick, dude? Oh. Sorry, guys. My mic just stopped working completely. Yeah, we're back. Marvel Rivals makes my mic go out all the time, and it's so annoying. It makes it go out all the time, and it's so annoying. Just you and I. No, and especially because I was screaming that whole game. I like how you know if I just stop talking, something's wrong, because I talk so freaking much. Okay, I'm getting back on the game. Let me back in. Come with me, yeah, yeah. Gonna do it, cosmic love, rhythm. No, I just, it was so bad. My mic was not working. I had to make like a secondary mic, and then I didn't have to do it at all, actually, so I should delete this. Way back in. Usually if I just turn on and off my interface, it's like really good, but it was not really good. Let me invite everyone in. Yay! And then T-Ponies, you wanted to play too, right? Okay, yeah. Love is cosmic, I'm right on your rhythm. through the solar system. Come with me. What? Did you want to play Tiponies? I just can't say goodnight. Oh, I can never say goodnight. 'Cause your love is cosmic. I'm riding on your rhythm through the solar system. Come with me. I love this song. Cosmic love. Cosmic love. Lunar star. I'm gonna snore.
I shine in darkness.
Like the moon, I shine in darkness. The moon is reflecting the sunlight. So if it was truly dark, you wouldn't be able to see anything. Red Velvet.
30 seconds.
You're better at third heals than DPS. Do whatever you want. Third heal, DPS. You don't have to. I'm bad at heal. Crazy night. Baby.
I'm not surprised at the one other man has.
Feel the virus way. Yeah, we're being toxic, dude.
2, 1.
No, we'll see. I might be doing bad.
Mission area. Got it?
Try your best to get that rhythm. Come with me. 상상했던 뭐든지. Soft moonshine. Follow my heartbeat. I got the open couch. Come on, rhythm.
Mission area is yours to capture now. Don't have to be center stage. Over here. I can heal.
Please. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Mission area is yours. Better watch your back.
Oh my god, I can't heal you enough. I'm sorry. Oh, I should have used my zappy.
A nice deep freeze. Over here. I can heal you. Control block.
Hey, come back. Please come back. Oh my god.
I'm making a comeback. I suck.
Bless the healing arts.
Anyone willing to help?
Behold the god of thunder!
No. Oh my god, what? I did not know he was above my head. You're so annoying.
God of thunder!
I'm back in the
She's a
fight.
cat. Thank you for checking in, Royal Knight.
We can totally
No, come here.
That's so much better.
Follow my heart. I got the open
I am ready to put on a show. You are nothing. It's okay. You need me. I found one of our critics. A nice perfect place to do some damage. A nice deep freeze.
Damn it, never fall!
Fury's almost yours.
With the stretch.
I've still got songs to sing.
Beholds the god of thunder!
I like the cold. Fear that you'll have to keep fighting until against your world.
When we are in the sights of a sniper.
Thanks, so long. They've almost got it. I found one of our enemies this time, Loki. I'm back in the fight. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
They turned off my mic. They turned off my mic again. I'm so sad. Thank you, Mads, for the compliment. Yes, very close. We got this next one. I need to stay alive more. I'm like dead half the time, which is unfortunate.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I have heard that your natural abilities have caused you much strife over the years.
True enough. My mutant powers ain't exactly made things a walk in the park.
I could take them away once and for all. Give you the life you always dreamed
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Show me
Capture the mission area. Got it?
No, I don't. I promise. It's the game. The game turns off my mic and my mouse and my keyboard. Don't again.
That one hurt. I like the cold. I found
Beholds the god of thunder!
the mission area is yours to capture now. We can totally take this place. A nice deep freeze. No worries, I got this. The mission area is yours.
Lead them to consume!
Together. Much better. I found one of our kit in my hand.
Our foe has concealed themselves, but not well enough.
I am ready to put on a show! Thanks so much. Us against the world! Plasma! Snowball fight!
Sniper's been neutralized.
Snowball fight! Weakling! Come here! Let me help! You got them all! Feeling fantastic, thank you. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Damn it, never fall! Lead them to consume!
Sorry, no escaping us now. Come back, man. Fear that.
I promise I don't have the mute button next to my thing. It mutes me every time I'm in life. I live, I die. I said glorp and it didn't even matter, because guess what? Doesn't matter what I do.
I like the cold. I am ready to put on a show.
Nice.
Plasma? What am I? Trusting this sniper?
Yeah, burst it, babes. Oh my god, no.
I suck. Feeling fantastic. I found one of our critics. Us against the world.
Can you die?
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point. A nice deep freeze.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh. So bad. Oh, I'm so bad.
Double KO. Someone needs a snowball in the face.
We got this.
They've almost got it. Be your best self. A nice deep freeze.
Gambit never falls. Behold the god of thunder.
Oh my god, please.
That's a good feeling. I found one.
Oh my god, dude. He's killing me so bad.
Double KO. Someone has to keep fighting until
Hey, we tried. Hey, we tried. Oof, oof. Oof, hard game. It happens, it happens. It happens! Dude, I died so much. I'm trying to stay alive, but I just am not. I also don't put my snowflake on me nearly enough. Oh! I'm so sad. Okay, another. The guy was such a hater. I think it's just hard because we had 3 tanks and then we went to 2 DPS and then basically it's hard to have Angela as a solo tank. She's just hard to have. And she's also so like fly. I felt like I never was able to, unless I had my snowflake. I feel like I was always healing other people. Yeah, yeah. It happens. It happens. Should we do another? It doesn't help that our random that switched to DPS I don't think killed a lot of
pick
people.
your hero or villain. I'm not
I don't know when
joking.
they switched because they probably switched pretty late in the
And
game.
dagger. We are hopes.
I'm gonna go in
I'm
this.
not
Let's
the
try
type
it.
who
Oh,
fades
sorry.
quietly into
I
the
switched to
background. I'm Luna Snow.
Lunar
Like
Snar.
the moon, I shine in darkness.
La 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 la. This colored cake though looks really bad. Like it looks like toothpaste. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to practice the new characters, T-ponies. But I'll switch to Cloak and Dagger if I suck. Just to get up in my step.
Easier being a superhero when you have the fame part figured out. 30 seconds before you
Cold
attack.
snap.
Ready?
It's so tasty. Come and chase me. That guess
I make whole heaven my home, but I was
yeah, they were not doing a lot. They weren't doing a lot.
The battle starts in
But
5,
to be fair, I also insta-locked and I was
2,
okay.
all you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You know what my real superpowers are? Patience and common sense.
Sorry, no escaping us now. That one hurts. See them? Right there, I suck. Sorry, no escaping us now.
Huh? There we go. Okay. I have my mic, my mouse back. Sorry, y'all. My mouse was dead. And by that, I mean it's a bug. I need to reinstall this game, I think. It's fine. I'll go cloak and dagger. No one has to swap then.
My time to shine. What am I? Invisible? Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. My time to shine.
Oh my god, dude.
My time to shine. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Oh my god.
My time to shine.
Hey, I got them off the base. Oh, okay.
I like the cold.
It's okay, we got this. We'll figure it out. I'm sorry my mouse died. Bonk!
Maximum pulse.
Who are you aiming at? Get the next one. And sorry, my mouse
There's
broke.
always a spark of light in darkness.
The bug is so bad, dude. It legitimately makes it so hard to play. Onion. You can get this one. Oh, we got it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I guess your friend really wants to play Invis. No, you're fine. You're fine. I'll lock in with an cloak. Clonk and Dong. I gotta stop saying that. Clonk and Donger doesn't sound good.
Well, from one mother to another, let me say you are a true gem.
Bonk!
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
They're probably gonna still do triple healer, but
All you need to do is
I'll
capture the
try.
mission area. Got it?
as long as you have someone that can kind of deal with the. Okay, there's a guy over here.
Right here. Look who's here.
Please. Oh my god, dude. I was just paranoid about the freaking Spider-Man. Please. Oh my god. I'm not locking in. I need to lock in. Sorry. Okay. We have triple healing now, though. No!
I'll get you next time. My time to shine.
You guys didn't even capture the area at first?
My time to shine. Just embrace the light.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Still here. Don't you put me out.
It's okay.
The light force wants to kill you. Let's help.
Lights out. I'll take mine.
My time to shine. I can restore health, remember?
Maximus, the mutant flesh, shows her true colors.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
My time to shine. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway.
Bitch, I have auto aim.
We have no choice. Fall back.
내 맘도 내 맘도 아하하. Oops.
Us against the world! Please, one hurt. My time to shine. Check this enemy. Something doesn't feel right here. Enemy tentacle help, please.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
My time to shine. Feeling fantastic. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Hold still. I'm trying to help. My time to shine.
Lights out.
내 맘도 내 맘도 하하하.
You owe me one.
Lights out.
Check this enemy. Something doesn't feel right here. The area is almost yours.
Got your back.
Feeling fantastic.
Lights out. Suffering dogs.
My time to shine. I am ready to put on a show.
Armed and dangerous again!
Keep fighting until we have a winner. My time to shine.
Nice.
Get in here, y'all.
Double KO. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Get in here, y'all.
Another unsuspecting foe.
Nice. We got the next one too. Sometimes you just gotta play the characters you're good at, and for me, it's Cloak and Dagger. Ooh, butterflies,
always afraid of time.
butterflies.
But they just don't know him.
I'm ready to
I
give
don't
him the
but
final shot.
No, you're fine. Meow.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Mommy
ready.
love you. Mommy
When I see
love
someone with
you.
powers like yours,
Mommy
I
love
think, wow. I mean,
Mommy
how can I
love you.
compare?
Don't compare. You just spread your light.
I will. Thank you. Why do you need to compare?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I'm gonna watch the Cloak and Dagger show. It looks really cute.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I can still hear the echoes of the Celestial's consciousness.
Oh boy, here they come!
Suffering dogs.
Let me get you. Us against the world! Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Lights out.
My time to the mission area is yours.
You can't eat me. Please don't eat me.
Lights out.
Oh, I'm gonna murder your ass, kid.
Shields up! I feel like I'm being watched. Check this enemy!
Lights out.
My time to shine! Enemy tag! All of them!
Some uninvited guests. You might want to look over here.
Oh, I never fade for long. I always fade and then I'm like, oh, I'm scared.
than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Something doesn't feel right here.
Candy needs help.
My time to shine.
Needed that boost.
Lights out.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Bro, what am I doing?
My time to shine. I can restore health, remember?
Oh my god.
Your team's capture progress.
Just come into the window, bud. What are we doing?
Restore health, remember?
You can fly, I can't. Go there. Oh my god. Sorry, two ponies.
Protect this enemy.
Lights out. Helping from the shadows.
My time to shine.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Control thieves.
Nice.
I feel like I'm being watched. We've got trouble.
A little help, please.
Us against the world.
What? She killed you guys through that? That's so annoying. No, I'm out!
Area is almost yours.
The frick are you taking me?
My time to shine.
You're gonna try this bullshit again? You are so stupid. Sorry, I'm coming.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. Control lost. They've almost got it.
No! Oh! Salvi! Yeah, Ultron has had a buff. I couldn't get there in time.
My time to shine.
Fighting off the stupid fish.
Here's how you shoot.
Okay, I'm coming there.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh shoot.
Only one.
Just keep jumping. I got you. No.
Lights out.
Please, we're hurt.
Please don't. Oh my god, please don't take everything. Whoa! I'm so lucky. Oh wait, we're just trying to get there, huh? Okay, that's fine with me actually. Nice.
My time
Oh!
to shine.
Oh, I can't get there anymore. Oh shit, you guys have no healers.
I can restore health, remember?
Oh my god, please. Oh! I got pushed off, sorry. Sorry. GG. Woof. That one was rough. Oof.
Well, you
Oof, oof, oof.
all.
Woo. That one was just hard. You're okay, dude. Hey, I was playing Luna and I was dying like a million times, so I get it. Then his Cloak and Dagger, I ran in like 100 times, so it happens, bro. Shoot. Oh, I forgot to like you guys. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, guys, I think that was my last game because I'm gonna move on to Vision Board and Deco. But thank you so much for playing with me. Thank you for the games. for the games. Yay! Let's exit to log in. Let's move to just chatting. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to leave the game. So good, so good. Whoa, weird. Should we watch a video while I do my vision board? Probably, right? What does that mean? Oh, Mr. Shark Blinky, thank you so much for following. I see. It's because of your name. Let's see here. Okay, good. So good, so good. It's at the game. Sucky. Okay, let me pause my Spotify because we're gonna watch a video. Oh. Yes, I do want to do the bingo cards. I want to do that. Let's do that. Fighting for by moonlight, raining up at daylight. Okay. I'm putting this here. This is my favorite booktuber reads with Rachel. I wish I was married to her, but she is married with children. So, you know how it is. Okay.
Minor before. Phrasing!
Minors, not minors.
Welcome to the grooming. For the remainder of your time at the academy, we will be instructing you on how to rise and serve the greater
grooming?
good. The grooming of the minors. I feel like if we thought about this for 4 seconds,
That's crazy.
maybe we could have come up with a different name.
That's crazy. This is the book called Conform.
Hi, my name's Rachel, and today we're talking
Yeah,
about
it's
the
so
new
like you could do a
dystopian
bingo
romance
card of what
Conform by
weird
Ariel
things are gonna
Sullivan,
happen. Like,
which
oh,
was
I want it.
published
I think it's
thanks
gonna
to George
a
Bush's
flood is
daughter,
going
Jenna,
to
who
be
thinks she
filled with
created the
pee
mashup
or something
of-
like that, and
It's a
then
new
if it
genre.
happens, it happens.
You know what it is? It's dystomance. Wiener Dystopia.
Dystomance? Dystopians have always had romance.
Formed by Ariel Sullivan. Dystomance combines elements of dystopian, fiction, and romance.
Those
This
have
book is
always
really
been there.
disappointing. I gave it a 1 star. I
Oof.
love dystopian, but after Silver Elite, which I also read this year,
Oof.
it feels more like dystopian is being used as set dressing, and nothing of substance is being done with.
Okay, so
using
this is my
dystopian as your genre of
thumbnails.
choice,
This is
which
my
sort of,
hiatus
as the
announcement. So
reader,
cute,
feels
right?
Like, what's the point? Someone asked me, "Is this worse than Silver Elite?" Which I wouldn't say it's better. It's just
Should
bad
we
in
find a
different
cute
ways. Neither of them really made clear what was important to them in the writing of a dystopian. I think it's
I want
not
one that
too
looks
much
like
to
a-
ask
like a
for
corkboard.
an adult novel to do more than just the government's bad, now let's kiss. But the way that this book
No, but you can
differs
just
from
use
Silver
a
Elite
bingo
is
card and then
the
put in
character's
text.
choices and motivations
So I'd recommend
in
that.
Silver Elite make no sense for who she is as a person. In this book, Conform, the characters, I can't say, well, that doesn't make sense for who they are as a person, because they're such empty shells that they really don't have any characterization from which they would make like choices that make sense to them either way.
Let's go look
They
at
could do anything, and I'd be
Pinterest.
like, I guess, because I don't really know who they are, because they are nothing. The
Ooh,
plot
this is
is
all just, like,
also
my favorite
nothing.
art.
The
This is
world
cute.
that we're supposed to have built is also nothing. There's nothing to be mad at these
Oh my God,
characters who
Diana,
are
marry me,
personally like I
Diana,
am
marry me,
with
Diana.
the characters from Silver Elite, because They are 3 separate piles of nothing in a love triangle together. How can a bunch of
Just look up vision board.
nothings be part of an interesting love triangle?
Not since like Hunger Games or The Summer I Turned Pretty has there been a love triangle like this. And I was one team, I've changed teams. But what's so amazing is it's like a
I like
feminist
that.
story too. So we're all Team Emmeline.
They can't.
What?
And not only are they given no thought. Wow, I'm just ranting right off the bat here. Neither is the world, and definitely neither is the language used in this book, even just the word choice, because I understand that the lower class is broken down into majors and
like that.
minors, capital M's. But when you write the sentence, have you ever mated with a minor before?
Ew,
It sounds like a
ew,
very different
ew.
thing than what you were going for. And some thought and intentionality should not be too much to ask from a dystopian book. I had to bust out my learned skills to break down how all of this went wrong and why this book is just not good from a craft standpoint. And I did that with the help of today's sponsor, which is Skillshare. I've talked about how I've used Skillshare writing classes to help me
I like
review
that.
books better.
That's
I think
cute.
one of the best classes that I have ever taken on Skillshare is Daniel Jose Older's The 4 C's of Storytelling. I use this to break down books, even though it's not supposed to be review advice, it's writing advice, but it's so helpful to me because I use it to break down when books work and when books don't work, which is the case for today. The 4 C's are
Oh, I
character,
can switch my model.
conflict, context, and craft. Older says these are the 4 pillars of a good story, but they don't just work in isolation. All of them have to work together in order to create a great story and a well-crafted story that resonates with readers and makes an impact. If you don't know, Skillshare is the largest online learning community for creatives with a wide variety of topics. for you to
I'm
be able
sure,
to learn about
Rachel.
and take your
I'm
hobby
sure
or
it
your side hustle
is.
to the next level. They have cooking, illustration, writing, productivity. You can take their writing advice and use it as a template to see if the books that you're reading did what they set out to do and did it well. But again, it's not just writing and reviewing in my case. You can find classes to teach you on Skillshare to master whatever craft you're trying to work at. Like this holiday season, if you're making a lot of new recipes, Skillshare can teach you how to elevate your cooking skills. Whatever you're trying to work at, get better at, be it a hobby or your side hustle or whatever artistic endeavor that you're interested in, Skillshare has the class to take you from beginner to pro. I highly recommend this if you are trying to learn how to do in-depth reviews. The first 500 people to click that link in my description or use the QR code will receive a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. Plus, you can gift Skillshare memberships to your friends and your family. You can get started today creating your next video essay, reviewing better, writing better, or making sourdough or doing watercolor painting. You can learn all of that and more with Skillshare. Just click that link below to get started today, and thank you so much to Skillshare for sponsoring today's video. All right, let me give you the synopsis, and then we will go through the 4 C's of this book: characters, conflict, context, and craft, and then I will give you a beat for beat breakdown. I suggest you get a beverage because I anticipate me being here a while. It's gonna be a long day.
I
Lock
love
in.
horror.
We're starting this at 9 a.m. Let's see what time we
Okay,
finish.
let's
This book
see.
also only got published because Jenna Bush Hager had a play date with the author, and the author said, "I'm writing a book," and now we're here with this book. So meritocracy where? I guess all you have to be is friends with a former president's daughter in order to get published now. You got
Yikes.
white women complaining about DEI in publishing being the reason why they can't get published, when in reality the reason why you're not getting published is because
Yeah, I like
meritocracy
this.
is dead, and in fact money is what gets you a book deal. So here's the synopsis. In the far future, one young woman finds herself torn between 2 loves and 2 sides of a rebellion boiling under the surface.
What are you
in this
talking
first novel
about?
Of a sweeping dystopian romance trilogy. And Jenna Bush has made it explicitly clear that this is a trilogy of trilogies. We're doing 9
books?
I have no idea
9
why.
books?
It's like doing 9 courses at a restaurant, but then you find out that all the food is just air. Centuries after a catastrophic world war nearly decimated the human population, a city arose from the ashes ruled by an elusive and technologically advanced group called the Eloom. At 27, Emmeline, main character, lives in limbo, wasting away her days in a job sorting
I don't want
ancient
these
human art
books.
for destruction and waiting to be selected as a
Verity
mate
Colleen
for a
Hoover.
procreation contract. Where others look forward to being chosen,
like
Emmeline
this.
has never felt like she fit into a society where a person's worth is determined by constantly monitored genes, health, and the ability to procreate. She struggled to keep her discomfort secret, but when she is finally chosen, her mate is revealed to be a member of the Eloom named Colin, a man who seems to be harboring secrets of his own. It is the first time an Eloom has taken a mate in decades, leaving Emmeline and others baffled as to why she was chosen. Soon she is swept into the dangerous game of courting, capital C, filled with ball gowns, lavish dinners, and watchful eyes where one wrong move can mean elimination. While parts of this elite lifestyle are unexpectedly appealing, the more embroiled she becomes, the more she sees its dark underbelly and a rebellion rising in secret. Colin is confusing, both cold and protective, and worse, she finds herself drawn to the very last person she should be falling for, Hal, one of the resistance leaders. As she draws close
Oh my god, this
to
has a
Colin and Hal,
4.15.
the Elam
That's
exercise
really
their
good.
power in increasingly brutal
Kind
ways,
of
forcing
insane.
Emily to question everything. Most of all, whether she'll have to give up her heart and even her life to stop them. For the majority of reading this, I was convinced that this was written by a conservative who did not want to say that they were conservative. Having finished it, I'm unsure. I do think at like bare minimum, before I opened this, I saw that the author had said that she was inspired to write this during COVID because, and I quote, "Sooner or later we'll all have these chips in our hand and we'll just be able to scan it and know if we're sick or if we have problems.
Gattaca.
Then they'll be able to tell us where we can and can't go based on it." Which, if you lived through COVID in the United States, you might feel like, yeah, that's a little bit of a red flag. If you're an ex-fundamentalist, it's an additional red flag because the whole microchips thing is tied to evangelical end times beliefs. Mark of the Beast, yada yada. Again, having finished it, I'm not sure if this was written by a
What else is like
or just written by
aesthetic that I want on my
somebody
vision
who
board?
Didn't put an awful lot
Hard
of
work,
thought into what
concert,
they were writing. 4 C's. Let's start with craft.
stage, idol.
Craft in this dystopian romance. Like this is a book that says it's trying to be dystomance, as Jenna Hager said.
It's a new
I want
genre.
like a J-pop
Elements
one.
of dystopian, fiction, and romance. Often.
Oh my god, June with the 5 flavor. 5-bit flavor.
First of all, this is not a new genre, and second of all, this is not the quality that I expect from either romance nor
I love these
dystopian,
outfits.
nor when you mash them together. This is not a good adult romance or a good adult dystopian. It did neither of these things well. It didn't take me like long to read this book once I really set my mind to it, and yet it felt like it dragged because it's so much air. It's just swallowing air. There's nothing here. It was jarring opening this book because it reads like
This is funny, but these aren't J-pop idols.
Like an adult book.
These are K-pop idols.
The way that it's written feels like every other dystopian book that I read in 2012 written for young adults, which is especially
there were
weird
so many
because
of them.
The main character is 27,
Oof.
and both of her love interests are 32, which is my age. The dialogue reads like it was learned via watching Riverdale. There is some spice in this.
Dude, Riverdale is
I
crazy.
would
We should
call it
watch it
maybe
as a
2 chili peppers, I guess,
community
maybe
because it's
1.5.
honestly one of the
I don't know,
craziest
your
things you've ever
scale's gonna be
seen.
different than mine, but it's nearly indistinguishable from other books I've read, and because the characters are such empty shells, like you could have swapped in other characters that I would have read before, and I wouldn't be able to tell you which scene is which because it's so divorced from emotion and the particular people that we're writing about. And also it's using like the same language I've heard in every single other 2 chili pepper scene. So if you have read not A Court of Mist and Fury, but A Court of Thorns and Roses, you have read this spicy scene. It's the bundle of nerves at the apex of my thighs. You know the kind. Nothing new is being done here. Nothing particular to the characters, like unique to them, is being done here. It doesn't serve to emotionally build them in any way, either between you as the reader and them, or them between each other. Its biggest crime, though, is being derivative and dull instead of being like weird and gross. But again, the dullness is in most part because of the lack of characterization of our characters. So let's get on to our second C, which is characters. This book tries to convince you that it's doing something. It's not. It's not doing anything. The characters are so flimsy that they might as well have been printed on recycled post-it notes. The protagonist, again, is 27. Her 2 love interests are 32 years old. They are my age, but none of these people are acting my age. They don't really, it's not like a character arc. They just glide from trope to trope. Like the author fed them a diet of favorite quotes from other books that she's read and favorite tropes from other books books that she's read rather than cultivating real people with real personalities. But the narrative has these characters treating things that are a big deal, like
I love her,
class
my
war, with
angel.
all of the urgency.
Oh, I
of,
also
like, a
love Snow
mildly
Queen.
inconvenient thing.
She's so slay.
Shoot, I'm lower class. Acting like I just watched Home Alone, and you know how when Kevin's carrying his groceries home and the bag falls and all the groceries fall on the ground. That's sort of like the amount of urgency that they're giving the real world problems. I felt like it felt like actors who don't know how to emote. And
That's
also all of this
cute.
like societal collapse is coming second to the bad love triangle. It didn't blend.
You guys should make
romance and
a vision board
dystopian
too
so much
if you
as
want
it,
to
like,
plan.
just failed at both
Because I've been
simultaneously.
doing
So,
that.
third C, context. For a book that says
and it's really fun. I like it a
dystomance,
lot.
the dystopian part feels like not even less than an afterthought. It felt, I have said this before, where a book feels like it was pasted together with spit, a prayer, and a dry glue stick. That is this. Hastily duct taped, even. The world that they inhabit is supposedly a contrast between like the glittering upper levels, which you only see one of. I'm not really sure where the
What else do I
the,
want
like,
for this
highest
year?
of the classes reside, but you hang out with the elite, and then in the two lower classes are the minors and then the majors who like live in like a subterranean level. So you have like glittering upper class versus like dark caverns, and then in between is our main character who lives in this sort of like sanitized gray reality where her uniform is literally gray. And because the world building, the craft part of this is so thin, you poke holes in this class dynamic pretty quickly.
I want something that will
but
show,
also,
like,
you're the only one asking questions because the main character isn't.
fashion
But then even like rules that you
reinvention.
establish, like you're not allowed to have
not really
friends
reinvention. I've
if
been
you
working on it all
are
year.
part of the
My
lower
face is so
class,
itchy.
are broken immediately.
These are all
and
like
the main
little
character
outfits. I
doesn't
want
really
like
think about this even while actively
Yeah.
breaking the rule. The bad government people are sort of like somewhere over there, so you don't really see that context, which is not helpful when you're already not understanding the world that you're in. It's a dystopian the same way that a cardboard backdrop is a city. It's there, don't lean on it. And then the conflict is our fourth C.
But yeah, I'm
and the
basically just going
central
on
conflict of
Pinterest.
This is the love triangle. It's less of a love triangle and just sort of a
Ooh, I want this
shapeless
so
scribble.
bad.
Because these people have only known each other for a week. The two love interests aren't like the contrast, the dichotomy that they're
I need
supposed to be.
this.
They're just sort of interchangeable cardboard cutouts who show up to have charged discussions with the heroine, one from the lower class and one from the highest class, the Elum, so that you feel her and all of her non-emoting pulled between the two. Oh no, what's she gonna do? Meanwhile, the dystopian world the supposedly dystopian world that should supply the actual stakes here is shoved into the background, and the main character is just spending the whole book asking questions about it. I don't know, bitch. You tell me. She can't explain any of this. She understands the society that
that's
she
really
inhabits with all of the understanding of somebody trying to decode a message who doesn't know what decoding
I
a
love
message
these little
is.
drink
It's like if you
photos.
handed
Cute.
an encrypted message to my 6-year-old and said, hey, decode this, he'd be like, what are you talking about? But since you're stuck in her perspective, you just end up being confused the whole time, and that's boring. It's a bad narrative choice because the reader is stumbling through the plot blindfolded.
I need to get
while the
back with a lot of
character
my
is not putting
friends.
basic pieces together, and it makes them feel more stupid, which having the main character need to catch up to the
What else should
reader
I put?
is always a very boring choice, and you're hoping that the love triangle will sustain the readers. In the meantime, it doesn't, because these characters are empty shells, and you're hoping that it will sustain them up until the end, where you have this like shocking reveal that felt like a nothing burger again. So as a result, the story can't use the dystopian elements for meaningful conflict because neither you nor the protagonist know what's happening or why it really matters. I do expect books that are doing dystopians, especially ones that are doing like class status determines what plane of existence or like area of the world you live in. I do expect those to be well written. And an example of this that I think is extremely well done is Spin of Fate by A.A. Vora. I'm on the sequel now, which is Wheel of Wrath. So in Spin of Fate, you have this world that is
These little bow pictures are so like cutesy.
Now, that's similar to what
everyone
we're doing
must be
here
looking
in
up for
Conform,
their
except in this, Everything is meticulously thought out, and I understand this world very well.
For their stuff,
and I had to work to understand it because this author is smart,
that's ugly.
whereas I tried to work to understand Conform and didn't because the book is poorly written. So in Spin of Fate, you have a world with 4 planes of existence that you go to based on how moral you are, and your morality determines your class status, except it's not that simple. So you have like the highest plane of existence, the secondary, the lowest, and the lowest of the low. This is a fantasy dystopian mashup that I think does this idea really well, but in order to do that, the author had to put an awful lot of thought into it. And so that's my standard now for when I see a dystopian world that's talking about class is Spin of Fate. If you want a graphic novel that talks about class dynamics, this one was pretty good. This is from Lights the Singer. She created an entire graphic novel that is about combining dystopian elements and fantasy elements. The story gets a little weird, but kind of cool at the end. But I thought that the depiction of division based on class status was really cool and interesting here. But another example of class status dystopian with sci-fi elements, which Conform kind of has, but another book that has more sci-fi elements is Gear Breakers by Zoni Hanamakuta. This is so good. This also heavily features a romance, but the class dynamics that are part of this are huge. It's so integral.
I love like the 80s, 70s style.
Now this is a young adult book, as is Spin of Fate. And both of these are better written and honestly feel less juvenile than Conform does, which is for adults. It's hard to care about the fate of the world when the book itself seems unsure what the world even really is.
What else?
And when the majority of the conflict isn't the world, but how 3 shells of humans are in the most boring love triangle. But if that sounds good to you, read it. You're an adult. You can do what you want to do. Ready to get through 65 pages of highlights together? Me neither. Before chapter 1 opens, it says, I've never been good at anything, or at least that's what I've been told my whole life. I disagree though. I've always been good at fucking things up. This is one of those things. I don't know what she's talking about because she's never been given the choice to fuck anything up. I have no idea what we're talking about. Chapter 1. Age 27.
I want to see something like this,
female.
but in
Weight
an idol
58
outfit.
kilograms. Height 176 centimeters. Genetic defects minor. Hereditary. Procreation status approved. Our main character, Emmeline, is in the ancient art section of the archives where she works. My job was to destroy piece by piece the remnants of the world ancient humans had laid waste to in the last war. Elsewhere in the archives, my friend Lo sat in the books, capital B, section. She's not supposed to have friends, and yet within the first paragraph we are calling her my friend Lo. That is supposed to be dangerous, and yet here we are. One of her only other friend before this was taken and assumedly murdered, and yet she is not scared off enough to have friends ever again. Even though she laments on how they're not supposed to have friends, I don't get it. I was one of the many women in gray who had trained for this, waiting until our fertility was determined optimal and matched to an elite male to fulfill our role for the greater good. Thoughts, hopes, wants, they were unnecessary, a distraction. The Illum that ran the city provided the minor defects, myself included, with everything we needed. What was left to think about? And yet think she does. Like, think aplenty. I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand her job. She doesn't understand her job.
Show me on stage. I want to see her on stage.
Amongst the masses,
show people on
stage.
She
is given like holographic images of art that existed in our world, such as, first one we see is the Mona Lisa, and she's told to delete them. This is her job. I don't really know why this is her job, other than to make an opportunity for, this is about to happen, Hal, the resistance leader, to show up and start talking to her about art. Because assumedly the Elam could just delete this stuff. And by not just deleting it and making the grays, the minor defect,
what else am I doing? What else do I want?
The people in charge who are trying to manipulate all of these people are putting themselves in a position where they are going to be asked questions, like logical questions. Why are we deleting all of this art when you could just delete it yourselves? And I honestly don't know. I don't know why they make them do this as a job.
This is cute.
So she is a minor defect because, are you ready for it? Are you ready? Heterochromia. She has a blue eye and a brown eye. So she's a minor defect rather than a major defect. Now, this book does not delve into what happens to people who are born with like missing limbs, sleep token reference. This book should have had a conversation about eugenics, but instead the major and minor defects are all just like weird eye colors. I don't know. I have no idea why. So if you're waiting for it to have a conversation about eugenics as far as like disabilities rather than heterochromia, you're not getting that. That's not in here. So she deletes the hologram of the Mona Lisa, and she thinks that she's not sure why the Elam had us doing tasks their technology could easily perform, why they allowed us to
yet. I have to do it.
It was as if sorting these relics showed us how easily they were willing to toss aside the things they saw no value in. Wow! Hit us over the head with it and then never think about it again.
I have to figure out how to actually get it to work. I've been trying to. I just need to find like a mentor to help me.
He just shows up.
I want to get a widget too.
I might just commission what are you doing here? Are you authorized to be here? Why are you so handsome? Girl, this guy's name is Hal, and he has another eye defect where his eye looks like a starburst, she says.
What?
And he's there to talk to her about art. And he's wearing all blue because he's a major defect where she's a minor defect. So he lives in, I forget what the Undercity is called, except it was called one thing, except he says it's not called that. It's actually called the Beneath. She thinks about how I had been told since my earliest years that I was beneath the elite. The academy, which is where they send the minor children,
minions.
preach this every day.
A widget is like a little tiny app. So like your clock widget is just a widget that's a clock.
Perhaps the elite had lessons that consisted of more than how to be a compliant vessel for offspring. So
I'm gonna start assembling.
That are minor defects like her, the women who wear gray and live in, you know, the minor society and just do weird random jobs like deleting holograms of art, are also trained to be vessels for elite offspring. If we weren't learning how to get to the clouds by being the perfect mate, capital M, we learned horrifying lessons about the last war. Ancient humans had torn themselves apart and wiped themselves out. Their conflicting beliefs and ideologies created an irreparable divide that had resulted in near extinction. The Elam had knitted it all back together, saving humanity. Now, I don't know how exactly long ago this happened, and if there is like an overturn of Elam, how one becomes an Elam. I genuinely don't fucking know. The Academy portrayed the Elam as saviors of mankind. Gods and religion had no place here. We could only trust in the Elam, unseen yet always watching.
That just sounds like the Illuminati.
That makes the Elam sound godlike. They don't know anything about them. They're very removed from the Elam, especially in the minor and the major defect societies. They are completely removed from the Elam. I don't know how one becomes an Elam or became an Elam. I have nothing but questions about the Elam. But when it said that religion and gods had no place here, that was another red flag for me, because I'm like, wait, so are we making another dystopian where we're like, we've eradicated religion and now we're serving men? Because I've read a lot of Christian dystopians, both in my time as an
You are my vision.
and my time as an ex-evangelical, one of which I read was Defire by Man Defender. I don't know why she didn't go by a different name, but that's what happened in that book, and that's typically what happens.
Her
in
name
a
was
Christian
Man
dystopian, because it's always
Defender.
about
That's
Christian
so
persecution
funny.
complex. So this was like confusing for me.
Are you seeing this? No wonder I thought that this might be Christian fiction. It even looks like the same thing. Putting them next to each other in my editing software, I'm just like flabbergasted.
I want to take out the
She
background.
is thinking about how she was taught that should you be successful in your dedication to the greater good, both capital G's, which I'm still not sure what that means, and matched with an elite mate, you will find your true work has just begun. Every meeting with your proposed mate will be watched by the elite collective. Your ability to perform publicly is as critical to your success as your ability to carry an offspring. Follow the Elam's protocol, abide by the rules of the minor defect population, and constantly seek self-improvement, and you will rise, fulfilling your use for the greater good. She also thinks about how her mother was not
Oh
one
yeah,
of the
I need to put them in the
minors.
refs
She and her
area.
father
I'll put
are
them in the
part of
refs area.
elite, and she
Also,
was
someone had a really
taken
good
from
idea
them
about
when
making
she
a
was
redeem
kid and put into the
where you
academy because she
can
was a minor. Okay, so
get
now that we're
your
done
mascot
flashing back
version
to
drawn
important
by me.
info, she starts to talk to
So that
Hal,
is super cute.
Starburst in the
Oh, that
eye
was
guy,
you!
who's a major defect
There you
wearing
go.
blue. And
Yeah.
so they're talking.
I gotta
and
put
she's
that
never
in.
talked to anybody in blue before.
It's such a good
and she's
idea.
like, oh my gosh, we agree on something.
It's
I
such a
agree
good
with somebody
idea.
wearing blue.
I'm like,
and she
so
thought
cute.
before she
And
saw
then we
his
can have
defect
it for
that
the
he
channel,
was an elite,
and then I can
she's
draw
like,
something.
before, it was a relief that you and I agreed when I thought he was
Yeah,
part of the
yeah, I'll put it
elite,
in.
But now I see that he's
I'll do
in
it
blue.
today,
Oh my
'cause
gosh.
otherwise I'll forget
that's so
forever.
bonkers how my standards change when it's somebody from the lower class. Your kind calls us monsters. Are you a monster? Would you like to find
I
out?
love her voice
Oh,
for
brother.
women.
You don't see as
Are
seem
you a
as terrible as
monster?
the
It's so
Elam say.
funny.
Do you believe everything the blessed Elam tell you? Doesn't everyone? Hey, he's supposed to be winning her over to his favor, right? He's a revolutionary rebellion member. That's what he's there for. Gotta tell ya, he did the worst possible job doing this. He didn't do any work to ingratiate himself with her, to sort of feel out where she was at. Just immediately jumped into
Yeah,
shitting on
probably
the
not.
Elam in front
How
of
much
her.
is my
The
eat
Elam are
something
the reason we're all
ASMR? Because that was
here.
redeemed
The Elam
twice
value
recently.
things of beauty, the world
Okay,
above,
so
a
that's
glittering
20,000.
display
I
of it.
might
Big
put it at
for a little
like
bit. He's like,
15.
Oh, I think you like looking at me. If it makes you feel better, the feeling is mutual. My heart flutters.
Yeah, I
You
might
like
do
looking at me.
15.
You
Because
just
they're
met.
pretty
No one had
simple
ever told me
like
I was worthy
designs.
of
Like they're
being
not that
seen.
hard
We're
to
in chapter
draw.
1, and you just
And I
met
could
this
also
man.
make it
How
on a
long have you
base
worked
if
down
it
here?
really
10
does
years?
become like
So
crazy
he's like,
popular,
all right,
then
the
I could
sun's up. I
always
need to go back beneath.
fix
And
it.
it doesn't capitalize beneath. And for some reason, she's like,
This is
beneath,
interesting because the
don't you mean
divine
low
feminine cosmic
town?
energy, people
Maybe
are
he
use
calls
that
it
as an excuse to be
beneath. Like, you
sexist
can
and find
assume that
gender
he
roles.
means low town.
But like
it's
feminine
this
energy is
just
in
stupid. This
everyone,
is stupidly
and masculine
written.
energy
He
is
said
in
beneath,
everyone.
not low
So I think
town.
it's pretty
It didn't
silly.
measure up to what I'd been told about the major
Like you can
defects who
lean
wore
into
blue.
whatever energy you want.
How did we already jump here? He leaves and it says, I blew out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. So we have that line and heterochromia in chapter 1. Like, so you can understand why this feels like it was written to be a 2012 young adult book. The dialogue.
She needs
I let out a breath I
Alexandria
didn't know I was
Genesis.
holding, the heterochromia. So then her friend, Lo, is waiting for her after work after getting rid of books all day. Sent a lot of books to their doom. Not a single one was saved today. I don't know how they decide. Like, I guess they're like told to like delete certain ones and not others. Again, the fact that there's no automated system, like all of this doesn't make sense. I don't really understand. And she says to her friend, does it ever bother you that you're destroying things that might be important? Why would you question the Elam after you just didn't want to question the Elam? Nope, Lo says, if it was important, the Elam would keep it. Now she, it says, has absolute trust in the Elam. Lo does. Lo doesn't share any of her concerns. So I don't know why
15K
she
is a lot. I mean,
questioned
actually,
the Elam in front
I
of this
feel
person.
like
and this proves to be detrimental.
it's
later
good to
her,
have
which
it
was really
like a
stupid.
little
Even though she
unattainable.
says that she swore after her
Maybe
only
10K,
friendship
yeah.
before ended
Oh yeah,
badly,
the card
that she would
gamba.
never do this
Yeah,
again.
because that would just be
Friendships weren't
points in
permitted among
the
those in
the
gray.
Divion.
Most women in gray only saw competition thanks to the academy. If the woman next to you trounces you, she will be a contributing factor in the color you wear. Follow the ELU's protocol, abide by the rules of the minor defect population, and constantly seek self-improvement, blah, blah, blah. Have you ever thought about not looking at the pictures and focusing on the screen? You could just push the buttons. It'd be more productive, Lo says to her.
She wants
so
to
I don't know
cuddle.
how this is her friend. It's not like that.
What's
I don't
wrong?
understand. And why she has a friend. Why, if a person says they're not willing to question the Elam, why you would be friends with them and why
You're
I
just
don't understand.
meowing
Like,
the
it just, I just don't
saddest.
get it. You said that you couldn't have friends anymore because your last friend ended up dead. Well, at least she's gonna say that. So she finds out she's been approved for procreation, which means she gets a mate, an elite
Don't hit the
mate,
mic,
so somebody
honey.
above her station, because you're not allowed to procreate with minors or majors. Only the elite procreate, and sometimes they take minor mates so that they
Come
can
here.
create more
can
of a
sit
gene
here.
pool. They have a chip, like the
Yeah, you
I
can
mentioned
sit
the chip earlier. They
here.
have a chip in their art called a MIND. Mind chip. It's inserted into their
That's
left
crazy.
wrist at birth,
The
providing the
mind
Elam system with
chip.
constant updates on our health, down to our genetic makeup. I had to scan the chip everywhere for the hovering transportation pods, capital P, for meals, for work. We also learned that there's something called the sanctuary, where pregnant women outside of cohabitation agreements were sent. And a cohabitation agreement is when you get into a procreation agreement, you can either get your elite, and it's always men, by the way. It always seems to be men. It's never elite women do not have babies with minor men, which I'm not sure why, other than like patriarchy, maybe, but if this book is doing patriarchy, it doesn't do it very well.
Yeah.
The person who's
I think a lot of
ultimately
people.
in
I
charge
think
is a woman.
it's funny because
So,
the
like, when
check-ins
we
are like
put women in
one,
charge
and
when
I
we
feel like those
subjugate
ones
them,
get
it's sort of
spammed the
willy-nilly
most
here.
because they're
Sorry,
one, but
so
also because
a
there are 3 of
cohabitation
them.
agreement means you reside with the
silly.
person
Can
that
you-
you're
can you
having
not,
this baby, or
honey?
if you don't have a cohabitation agreement, then you are sent to the sanctuary to have your baby, and then you don't get to raise your child. You don't get to raise your children, period. But if you're a minor, you get your children taken away from you. Or if your child is a minor or a major, they are taken away from you. And then there's also Lowtown, which is where all the majors live, and then up in the clouds is where the elite live. So she takes a pod up
In the
to
clouds.
the elite society. I should mention that men who are minor defects were separated they go to an academy, the minor defects. They are separated from the women after their 8th year and trained to serve the elite up in the clouds. And there's different hues of gray that denote your station even within like the minor population.
Yeah, it sounds
They are all,
insane.
everybody in this world has an identification number, and it's like assigned to your
Also, in
MIND,
the
your
clouds, do they
mind
mean
chip.
literally
I
in
don't
the
know what
clouds?
MIND stands for, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they
It's
didn't
just
tell
called a
you.
mind chip, even though it's in your arm. But the elite believe that it's barbaric and disrespectful to reduce someone to just their identification number. So she goes up to the clouds, and she is thrust into the clutches of 2 women, Rose and Violet, who are going to spruce her up to go meet her mate. She thinks about how she was born in the clouds, and if not for her heterochromia, she
Wow,
could have lived there. It would have been
heterochromia.
her home. She would have been part of the elite society. If not for the
It's damning.
heterochromia, she's never seen somebody else with a visual defect in the academy or working in the archives where she works. The minor women all looked from the outside to be unflawed, whatever
Please
defect
stop.
they had invisible.
Stop.
No one ever spoke of what landed them in gray. Wow,
Stop
how
it.
convenient.
You
for
can't rub
us
your
to
face
not have that
on
conversation
the
about
microphone.
eugenics.
You can't
so she's
rub your
supposed to be
face
in the
on
courting
the
phase before
microphone.
she gets into the procreation phase. And the courting phase sometimes comes with trials, but she's not going to enter into trials. We just leave that out of this entirely. If she fails to meet the standards, her public courting and cohabitation rights will be revoked.
Stop,
She will be
Yuri.
living
She's just
in
punching the mic.
Sanctuary quarters until her offspring is taken from her. And if they produce elite offspring, that child will be raised in the elite society. They wax her whole body, and they're
Yikes,
like,
that sounds
prepping
awful.
her to look good. Meanwhile, she's thinking about the
Sounds
one
awful.
friend that she had that disappeared. Alice. When we get out of here, we can find a way to run away, she had told me.
No,
I'd been
please don't put
15.
your feet
The
on the
Academy forbade
keyboard.
friendships and
Please don't.
connections of any kind. We'll
Stop
find more out
it.
about
She's being
Alice
so
later.
bad.
I'm honestly not sure.
What is another
if
thing
at
I
the
want to put
end
on
of
the
book,
vision
if
board?
It was referencing Alice or referencing Hal, the
My evil
rebellion
cat.
guy. I don't know. And frankly, I don't care. She's given a gift.
Don't bite.
called
No
a
bite.
lens, which goes over one of her eyes.
You
and
can't bite
causes
just
her
'cause you
to
want
have
things.
No more
I'm not petting you when
heterochromia,
you
at
bite
least
me.
temporarily. They put her
No bite.
in lace underwear. They
bite.
waxed her whole body. They put eyeliner on her. They put her in a dress that she calls akin to liquid gold. And now she is ready to meet her mate, capital M. In
Ew.
the next chapter, she's recalling that her parents, the elite people, well, her father in particular, would say things when she still lived with them, like, send her away. She's not welcome in our house. The
Organized.
fact that you see her at all is a disgrace, he says to her mother. She'll be taken away in 2 moons. It is not soon enough. I've dedicated my life to the Elam. She will not take that from me. And then afterwards, her life below was primitive and barren in comparison. I had been living a bleak existence, waiting in perpetual solitude. We all just accepted it. I don't know how or why you all just accepted it, but okay. Maybe
Don't
a part of
bite
wanted
me.
to be beguiled by the beauty surrounding me. Another part, the part that didn't fit, couldn't stand the divide. When she's explaining how she's, finally seeing the elite society. I honestly don't remember. Did she live in the elite society and then she got kicked out for having heterochromia? I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. All of this is sort of like a blur in my mind. It's not really well written, so I'm doing my best. She ends up going and meeting her mate, who is the most beautiful man I've ever seen. Breath caught. There'd been a
course.
mistake, a catastrophic error in the system. She's thinking about the rules, which one of the rules is the mark of a suitable minor mate is obedience above all else. His name is Colin, and this book talks about his eyes looking like sapphires 1.5 million fucking times. I lost count. Like from the moment he comes on page to the moment he leaves, it's his sapphire orbs, his sapphire gaze. The sapphire stared me down.
I love when
get
people
it. His eyes look like sapphires.
do the
too
silly,
have
like,
watched
his
the
orbs.
Aristocats.
Your eyes are like sapphires. Gee. That's pretty corny, though, huh?
His keen sapphire gaze traced the outlines of my lips. Just the outlines? He looked around the outlines of your lips. You were able to track that? Sure thing. And he's like, I hope I'm not a disappointment. I was expected to be treated like a vessel. Ha! A means to further humanity, yet I was asked if he, an elite, was a disappointment to me, a minor. Rule 3 is the most desirable trait will be your ability to be seen and not heard among proper society. Rule 4 is respect is demanded at all times. Failure to show respect will risk your usefulness to the greater good. Again, what is the greater good? I don't. She tells him, I didn't expect you to be kind. A worker shows up and
Girl,
says, hey,
how
I
would
need
you
your
know?
arm so that I can like register.
How do you know
bringing you
he's
food? Which in elite society they eat actual food. In minor society they eat like slop. Talking to her mate Colin, who she has just met with the sapphire eyes, he asks about her birth family, and one of the rules is that as a minor she is not allowed to not answer his questions. Was your family unkind to you? Your birth family? You were born to elites. She knows that she has elite brothers, but she's never met them. I was confined to a small room, cared for by those in gray who served my family. We don't hear anything about this part of her life. I don't know who cared for her. I don't know who was motherly or fatherly towards her.
Yeah.
I don't know who these people were. We never hear about it. It's a big chunk of her childhood, kind of important, and we just don't hear a damn thing.
Yeah,
On their
what?
behalf, I am sorry for their unkindness. It was unwarranted. They had no right to be unkind for something you did not ask for. I stared
So
unnerved
how
at
are
the man
you
before
saying
me.
that? Yeah.
His kindness felt like daggers destroying my own facade. I feel like we could have written that.
What?
better. At
What
one
does
point
that
it says,
mean?
perhaps my defect ran deeper than heterochromia, and I was like, oh, brother. He tells her, don't believe everything that you see up here.
What does that
You know,
mean?
the upper class. You're not what I expected. And she's like, you're not what I expected either. He thinks that she's disappointed in him. He's apparently a nice guy. She's like, oh no, he's gonna reject the entire match. You seem to think so poorly of the elite that you would assume I'd pass judgment so nonchalantly. None of you have ever given me a reason to think otherwise. I'm not disappointed, Emmeline. You are simply different from the minors I have encountered. Have you mated with a minor before? Have you mated with a minor before?
Oh!
Phrasing!
Oh, it's so bad!
Minors, not minors. You lost me.
I have not. This is my first mating. Like, you're gonna tell me that several adults read this book? That seems like poor phrasing. Let's change it. Nope, we didn't. The attendant comes back. He placed Colin's dish a bowl of red liquid. I immediately assumed that it's fruit punch. We didn't say any sort of texture. We just said red liquid, and I'm like, got it. Fruit punch Gatorade. She's given a salad with beets. And she's shocked because she's like, I've never had food like this before. Our nutrient system provides us with a varied offering that is best for each individual based on the information collected from the mind. He doesn't really like his soup, but he has to eat it because lycopene helps people who make baby goo make more baby goo. Better baby goo. Ew. Point is, it's tomato soup, and it wasn't until he said, I don't particularly enjoy tomatoes that
Just
I
'cause I can't
realized
pet
that
you
his bowl
nonstop
was not a bowl of fruit punch, it was fucking tomato soup. They contain lycopene, a nutrient that boosts my quality.
That's
Quality
insane.
I don't believe that it is an appropriate dinner conversation, Emmeline. You brought it up. You brought up the lycopene and your quality.
Yeah.
Of course, she has a question about it.
No, literally.
My
this looks
face
so yummy.
flushed even harder, matching his soup. Oh, so now you know it's soup. So now you know it's soup. He
But then
didn't have
why
to
did you
tell
say
it
it's
was
a
soup.
liquid?
You called it a bowl of red
red
liquid
liquid
earlier. Now you're calling it soup. When did you learn soup? In the
it could have been blood.
After he talked
I
about
would have
his
assumed
quality?
it was blood.
So they are eating tomato soup or salad and beets.
Oh,
Whatever.
hi,
He
Luigi,
watched
man.
me.
Welcome,
Something in
welcome.
those depths. That's half a sentence. This is a really bad chapter. And it's like chapter 3. Did anybody look at this? So he's like, all right, you're eating really enthusiastically and I need to talk to you.
I want
plainly
a
before
night
you
girl
get
to
really
give
into
me
more
a
food.
ring.
I have had a contract drawn up. I'll have a
That'd be
copy of
so
it sent
hot.
to you over tomorrow morning. You can look it over. Once you sign, it commences our official courting phase. When we reach the 3-moon minimum, we can commence cohabitation. It's in your best interest to have a 4-year cohabitation agreement in place to be present for our offspring. You will remain with me until the offspring goes to the academy. Most women in my position would say yes to this instantly. It was the ideal outcome. There wasn't a single mention of the sanctuary or Lowtown. Am I not to be judged throughout our courting phase? So like trials? Would you prefer to, what is it, anticipate my needs and successfully fulfill them?
Job's not that hard, okay? Just anticipate my needs. Anticipating, Chip?
Would you like to be judged? I was unaware I had a say. Are you satisfied with my offer? What would you do if I said I was? I knew I was being too bold. Our next 3 moons will be eventful, Emmeline. You seem rather okay with this pairing. I'm a defect. I am aware of your status. I knew your status when I chose you. Chose me? I prolonged my bachelorhood as long as I could. I was told to take a mate. I was not given an option. The system paired us as an excellent match. I accepted. By the way, this guy's not just an elite. He's an Elum, so he's like in charge.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I don't know. How did he become an Elum? I don't know. What's the process for that? Who knows? What's the difference between him and the other Elum who don't show up on page until the very end and you only see 2 of them? How many are there? I also don't know any of this. Again, it's just set dressing. If you lean on it, it's gonna fall apart. Won't the elite have something to say about us? I stopped caring about the elite's opinions long ago. Then I'm back-to-back instances of things flashing across people's faces.
What the hell?
I feel like we could have used a synonym. Then a guy named Edward shows up. And Edward is a piece of shit, which you know just by looking at him, which is a lazy writing choice. His eyes slid over me, marking my deep neckline and ample cleavage on display. My body recoiled. I don't know your friend. You wouldn't. Colin's mouth was a tight line. Emmeline is my intended mate and is not a member of high society. A defect, Edward blurted. I'm shocked that even you are made to stoop so low, to take a pet forced to socialize with their kind. Barbaric, but it is for the greater good. So Edward fucks off, you know, like Edward Cullen did in New Moon. I apologize for his rudeness. The elite are nosy and insufferable, Colin says. He had referred to the elite as an entity all night. He hadn't once said we. You are elite, right? I am not. I am the youngest member of the Elum. I had never heard of a defect mating with an Elum. Come to think of it, I had never heard of an Elum mating at all. Why did you choose me? The list of possible mates was extensive. I have my reasons. We do not find those reasons out in this book. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not sure if we ever will. I have no idea. I had no intentions of taking a mate at all. And then he mentions that there is a hierarchy among the Elum, which I only know of 3 Elum members. Him, some guy named Charles who shows up at the end for all of 2 seconds and barely says a word, and then the main lady, what is her name, Victoria? I think it starts with a V. It doesn't really matter. She's gonna show up at the end, do a villain evil monologue, and then leave, end of book. This book constantly talks about chocolate cake because she's never had it before and then she has it and she's obsessed. And then the other friend that she makes is also obsessed with chocolate cake. And then she
just love chocolate
goes
cake.
home, wakes up, and she talks to
Elum
her
would
friend,
be a
Lo, even though
great
she's not
social
supposed to
app.
have
It'd be
friends.
like,
You'll get in trouble for
form
being
your
late,
circle.
she says to Lo, for work, for, you know,
And
deleting
the
files
icon
and
would be an
books, I
eyeball,
guess.
but it'd be in a
Doubtful. I don't
circle.
have a mate. They don't watch the mate list like they now watch you. There's too many of us to monitor all the time. You guys have arm chips. What's stopping them from monitoring you all the time? Didn't know if I bought her theory, but she might have a point. We didn't know the extent of the Elum's technology, but I knew from experience what happened to those who stepped out of line. Then why would you make a friend again? Like your friend got disappeared. Your eyes, what did they do? Is it permanent? They put a lens to cover it. I have so many questions. Me too, Lo. Me too. She tells Lo that her mate is an Elum member. Yesterday morning, my life had been consistent, predictable. Now, I had a proposed mate who accepted my status. Yeah, that is what happened. That is literally all that has happened so far. So she gets back to work,
I also like the
and
biblical
now that
angel
she
idea.
realizes, oh my god, yeah, that other
Create
guy
your
who
own
showed up
secret
yesterday.
society.
Hal finally shows up. Oh, thank goodness. We were all waiting. He's like, by the way, flowers and chocolate showed up, but I got rid of them. She says, are you fucking kidding me? This was jarring because I didn't realize she could swear. Neither did he. Her mating contract shows up and she signs it without reading it, which he gets on her case for. You don't care to know what happens after 6 moons of being barren, or if a pregnancy doesn't extend to 10 moons and it results in fetal demise? Why do you know any of that? The elite's horror stories filter their way down, even to us. I really
He's
don't
a former
understand
elite. He just
the
recently
interactions
exploded his
between
eye.
the lowest class and the
Ow.
rest. I honestly, I don't know. You know, it doesn't matter what this says. I have no say. They have made thousands of women just like you, brainwashed and compliant to a cause you know nothing
Oof.
about. I'm a minor defect. You act like I have a choice
Whoa,
in
12
any of
Disney
this. If I'm
princesses.
unsuccessful in any way, I'll be in blue. I have no purpose if I cannot fulfill my use to the greater good. And then he says
What is the
that
greater
the
good?
thing that makes her beautiful is her heterochromia. They've known each other for 24 hours.
Also,
and they're
what
already
do you mean
flirting.
by that?
Within a week,
What do
they'll
you
be
mean by
having
that?
sex. We're just speed running.
What do you
96
mean by
hours
like your
passes. She doesn't
heterochromia
hear
makes
from
you
Colin
beautiful?
or
Nothing
Hal.
else?
Maybe it had all been a test and I failed spectacularly. And also, she's still wearing the lens in her eye. The lens felt like sandpaper. If I took it out,
Then
then
take
this
it out.
silence from Colin might mean I actually failed. For some reason, the
What?
idea of being rejected by Colin bothered me. What do you mean? What do you mean for some reason? If you get rejected,
Yeah.
then you're not fulfilling your greater
then you
good.
go to
That's
the
sort of
white
the whole
blue
thing.
thing.
For some reason. Why? Because he's hot? I think I would be more pressed about the fact that this is a society in which if you cannot fulfill the greater good, you have no use and you're gonna end up even less on the scale of worth. Did we forget?
Whoa, that's
What's wrong with your
scary.
eye? Nothing is wrong with my eye. Your left eye is closed. You look ridiculous. Just take it out, Emmeline. It's bad for your eye. The Elam monitor everything. If something comes up, my mind will take care of it. He gets on her case about her wearing it just to meet her mate's demands. She finally relents and does take it out of her eye, which it was incredibly stupid for them to just leave her to her own devices. I don't understand this at all. He's right. She's right. Her MIND should pick up on the fact that her eye is getting fucked up from this thing, but okay. They look at some art together that she's supposed to destroy. The title read, "A Huguenot on St. Bartholomew's Day." Do you think they're saying hello or goodbye? I wouldn't know. What are the Elam doing with it?
This
They're
one's really
destroying
funny
it,
too.
I told him, hitting the delete button. I clicked for the next one, a landscape. They'll keep this one. I think they get rid of all the ones with people to erase what it was like before the war. I think anything that makes the viewer feel is a threat. How would you possibly know that?
That's
And
really
if
funny.
you have clocked that, then why is that not a red flag? But she says it might come back around again.
True.
I was convinced a lot of the items circulated endlessly, so she might get a hologram of it again for deletion. And I'm like, again, this is not a red flag? She gets told that she needs to go have a meeting with Colin, and on the way to the pod, she bumps into a guy who she recognizes somehow as her birth brother, who is an elite, not a defect. She gets like nervous and she runs away, which she's not supposed to run because her MIND chip, her mind chip, forbade
tell if
it.
your guardian
so she
angel
gets
is
to
gay.
her beautification team again, Rose and Violet. Why are you sweaty, fledgling? I ran. So they start like, you know, doing her makeup and stuff, and they're talking to each other in front of her for some reason. They made it to the Capitol building again. Was the one they all whisper about out there? Violet asked. They are growing more daring. Eve said 6 elite were killed. She says the Elam are a mess over it. You and Eve have grown rather close as of late. Is that why she summoned you this morning before dawn? I've been dressing Eve since she left the academy. She's an elite, Violet told Rose sternly. None of this really matters. She mentions to them that she ran into her birth brother. Did he see me like our birth father did? The elite don't see people like us, not even defects who live in Hightown and serve them, Violet said. Everyone in gray who works in the clouds lives in Hightown beneath the cloud level. So then they start getting weird, and Rose is like, there's a reason why your questions will go unanswered. Answering them can result in elimination. And Violet's like, Rose, she's a defect. Emmeline, are you close with your mate? I don't know what you mean. I've only met him once. Yes, but were you a person to him or an obligation? There's been trouble in the clouds. There are some who are tired of being told
I
what to do
know,
by
it's
the
so
Elam,
good,
and
and
they
it
are
really
letting them know.
feels like
The Elam
that's
seem to have
kind of
crossed a line.
a part
Some are
of
finally
me.
done with the Elam's illuminating rules. The Elam's illuminating rules. Oh, brother. They've gone too far with the offspring. The academy should be left alone, Rose whispered.
Become
Nestor
a
just
knight
allows it.
today.
I don't know who Nestor is. Oh, right. He runs the academy where all the kids get indoctrinated. The dual academy buildings were identical looking,
that
two
idea,
halves of
too.
a whole, placed several hundred yards away from each other, as if something had cleaved them apart.
Nothing
If
great
pushed
about
together,
Britain.
The halves would form a pyramid. The elite side was a flawless, gleaming white. The minor
My
side
liege,
was a
I'm
black that swallowed all the light. Oh, Nestor is also an Elam. Huh. So Nestor is an Elam. I don't know how many there are. Nestor is an Elam who runs the academy. What did the Elam do to the offspring? I asked. Minor offspring are
Which
being
one?
downgraded.
Which one am
they're
I
getting
joking about?
Downgraded to
The sick of
major,
therapy, become
so
a
they have to
knight?
wear blue and
That one's
live in
hilarious
the
to me.
beneath. Eve said, And
Are you
the
talking
elite
about the
offspring is
healer one? I
downgraded
do
to a
kind of feel
minor
like
last
that.
week. What do you mean downgraded?
I feel
Would that
like
be my offspring's destiny?
I've healed a lot
Would
of
I condemn
people,
them
but
with
that
my
means
defect?
I've gotten
How have
into
you
the
never thought of
roughest
this
parts
before?
of their
They are
life, you know?
calling the elite force
I've
to
also
handle this.
taken
If these
on a
people
lot
do
of
not stop
pain.
and follow the elite, treacherous times are ahead.
And it's
Talking
kind of
about the
important to
rebellion. If the
know.
elite force is
Yeah.
involved at all, we should all
It's
hold
kind
our
of
tongue.
important to
Every
know what
woman
you're
since the
getting
last war has
into.
been an obligation and a vessel. I see a lot of your kind. Many do not have a care in the world. They do not think, simply pleased to be chosen. Not you. You questioned us, pushed back during your initial meeting. I want more for us. Maybe I am done being powerless. I think you might be too. So these two are clearly like siding with the resistance or involved somehow.
Oh,
They are
it's good.
also
Stop the
seamstresses and they
doomstorm.
make her very pretty dresses, which is so fun. They put her like in scraps of lace, so she's practically naked.
What?
And then they put this cloud-like dress on her, and they don't have any procreation abilities anymore, so they had to prove that they had worth, and they proved their worth by being seamstresses. My eyes snagged on a faint glowing. Did the gown glow? It wasn't the gown. My left wrist glowed brightly, encircled in
Thank
rich
you.
gold.
I am
see your
proud
procreation
too.
agreement has finally been approved.
proud
It is
of
gold.
being
Apparently, if you are mated
careful
to an Illum,
and
then
keeping my
you have
energy
a
for those I
gold
love.
glowing thing on your wrist, assumedly attached to your chip. She thinks about her friend Alice, who is the one who went missing. Together we had dreamed, crafted elaborate ideas for life after the academy, spun stories of the lost history of those bygone humans. The Elam's lessons cited us against each other. Cited us? Is that used correctly? Alice grew angrier and more
Incited?
outspoken until one night she was
Incited?
called into the headmaster's office. No one told me why my friend had seemingly disappeared until a lecture a moon later. The hologram, they have holographic teachers, saying the Elam have always cherished the education of all offspring, minor and elite alike. The Elam view the proper care of these formative years as essential to our peace, while pruning rotten genes that risk diseasing everything. Distractions from the greater good threaten our progress.
This
and
could have
peace,
been a
fail
great
to adhere to the
conversation about
rules of your
eugenics,
status
but it's
and
just
risk
straight up not.
elimination. So she knows
There were
that
so
you
many good
risk
like
elimination by not
dystopian
adhering to
novels
the
in the
rules.
mid
How could a
2000s
force like
that would
Alice
like
just be eliminated?
unravel,
Even now I didn't fully
unwind.
accept it. I like to believe she had found
Where's
that
that organ
place
harvesting?
where they wanted to go and be free together. She wishes that Alice had
was really
taken her
good.
with her, blah blah blah. I'm not sure,
Yes,
having
there were
read the
so
end of
many
this
good
book, and I read
ones.
the end of it twice, I'm not sure if Alice is part of the resistance or if the end is in Hal's POV. I wasn't fully sure. So she goes and talks to her mate Colin, the Elam guy, who speaks kind of derogatory about the elite, and this is very confusing for her because he seems to hate the very people he rules. And she's like, hey, I saw who I think is my birth brother. He says, that's Philip, I work with him. So elite work for the Elam? Only a select few, those who show potential. I don't fucking understand the elite and the Elam whatsoever.
That's so
I don't know
funny.
what we're doing here. Oh, it's Tabitha that runs the Elam. She is responsible
This
for
is
the
just like
entire
the
city.
vibe I
And
want to carry.
Tabitha
I don't want to be
has
it,
told him
but I want
that
to
there will
carry
be
this
a
like
dinner in 6 days with
ethereal,
some of the High
dangerous
Council
vibe. I
elite
don't
to
want to
provide
be
a united power against the
prey
rising
anymore.
unrest, the rebellion.
I
I've been
don't
told you
wanna
are
be-
to attend. A woman runs the elite?
I don't
She
wanna
has
be a
held her
predator,
position
but I
for
wanna
over 50 years.
exude
Tabitha is different. And there's no thought given
something.
to how most of this society is pretty patriarchal, and yet a woman runs it. Just like a brief explanation as to how we ended up here would have been fine. We get none of that. Then he tells her, hey, you're going to get a holographic instructor in HI, and it's going to give you a hour-long session every morning of how to be prim and proper and be part of elite
Yes.
society, which is weird. I don't
Dude, but
understand
Maze
why they
Runner
didn't
was
do this
so
previously.
confusing
I guess
towards
maybe like it's an
like the
incentive
other
once you have a
books.
mate to feel like you're even further a part of it,
Divergent
even though
also
you're not a part of elite society. I don't know.
wasn't my
She
favorite, but I loved
mentions
Hunger
that
Games.
her
I loved a
hair and
lot of
makeup
like
team, her
smaller
seamstresses,
series.
they're called the Starlings for some reason. I have no idea why. We're talking about the uprising, the rebellion. There was like, unrest. And she lets slip that an elite shared this information with them, and then they told it to her. Someone named Eve. Have you mentioned this to anyone else? I've only seen them and you. Is it bad? It's nothing the Illum would not see an end to. I can't believe that she ratted out them immediately, and then she doesn't feel bad about this at all later when it causes Rose to get her ass kicked, or Violet. One of them gets their ass kicked, and it's because she shared information. Again, we are told that this is a society that has double standards for men versus women, So she's like, my wrist is glowing gold. Yours doesn't. Does yours not glow? It does not. Even among two elites, the male's wrist will not glow. He gives her chocolate, which is this book's idea of flirting. It does the typical book thing where a muscle feathers in his jaw. We had to tick that box because obviously we've already ticked the box of I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and the box of heterochromia. So on to the next. So they're talking about how he wasn't expecting her, she wasn't expecting him, which is weird because I feel like he very specifically requested her. Like he was given a bunch of good matches, I think, and then he requested her specifically. I think that's what happened. I wasn't expecting you, even though you're exactly what I ordered. I don't know. I guess he meant he wasn't expecting her personality, but they haven't, like, that also doesn't make sense because they haven't really shown personality from either of them. So I don't know what we're doing here. They then bump into her birth family. Families shared a last name before the war. We don't now. The Procreation Act focused on genetic histories to repopulate the world. Without a family name, it was easier to sever ties with genetically defective offspring. My heart swelled painfully, hollowing out the rest of my insides. My heart swelled, hollowing. If your heart, which is a solid, is swelling, how could you be hollow? Okay. They have kind of like a standoffy conversation with her birth family because her birth father is such a piece of shit to her because he looks down on her for being a lower class member because she has heterochromia. And her birth mother is very nice-ish and says, you know, we want to host you guys at our home this week. This is a blessing that you two are mated and we should be celebrated. An honor? A blessing? I couldn't stand the sound of those words. He is annoyed that her birth father is rude to her and he says to her, you are an extension of me now. They will do well to remember that. They'll regret their unkindness. They all will. And the whole extension of me thing, again, I was still under the assumption that this was written by somebody who was like MAGA. And the extension of me thing definitely sounded like they were not just MAGA, but like Fundy, because that is something that we believe in Fundy culture, where the woman is an extension of her husband.
No!
And since so far Colin is being set up to be a nice guy,
Ghost in the Shell is from the early 90s. It's from the 90s. Ghost in the Shell is amazing though.
Society where women are subjugated. I don't know.
There was a lot of really good books.
Sounded like evangelical behavior to me,
middle
but again,
grade,
by the end
high
of this
school.
book, I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
There's
Again,
a big flux
it's possible
of
that this was
influx
just
of
written
it.
by somebody who doesn't
And
understand.
I liked a lot of the ones that were like
sounds like a different thing than what they're actually saying. So then he is trying to convince the elite, including her parents, that she's worthy. And he's like, "Do you trust me, Emmeline?" And then he gives her a big old smooch in front of everybody. Did I trust him? Did I want to? Bitch, you've known him for 2 days. I have no clue. Those sapphire pools found me, and I willingly drowned in them. Oh, brother.
That's basically
so he goes
90s.
To, like, kiss her and,
I guess
she
kind
says,
of.
I can't tell you no, which, oh, brother. Again, like, it's channeling Fundy for me. Forgive me. His lips collided with mine. So the next day, she tells her friend, Lo, he kissed me. Please tell me it's better than those diagrams. During our grooming at the academy, our education, basically their education teaches them about physical actions in a sterile, often intimidating diagrams and lessons detailing the procreation phase. I'd always found it unappealing, even frightening. What I had experienced tonight had been frightening, but in a way I'd never felt before. In front of everyone, and yes, it's better than the diagrams. Lo's like, your glowy thing is gold. Why isn't it silver? Usually a minor mate's mind turned silver when their procreation contract went into effect. Most women hid it from their fellow defects. It had a way of turning the others in gray against you. And I thought that this was weird because I'm like, why was this confusing to her then? Because yesterday she's like, what's that glowing? Shouldn't she have been waiting for it to pop up and then when she saw a glow be like, oh, there's my glow, but it's gold. No? Okay. And also, like, shouldn't this be something that they learn in grooming? Even like the gold thing? I don't know. Why should I know these things? I think it's gold because he's an Elam. That's what the starling said. An Elam kissed a minor in front of the elite? Do you understand what this could mean for the minors? Surely this has never happened before. Maybe fewer of us will go to the sanctuary. I don't think it's that simple, I said. What do you mean? I met my two other birth brothers tonight. I saw my birth parents. They're all up there? You're the only one down here? Are you the only defect in your line? Yes, obviously. Aren't y'all friends? What do you talk about? She also lets slip to Lo that 6 elite were killed after a rebel attack, like where rebels broke in somewhere and killed 6 elite. Lo's like, oh, I gotta go, curfew, and also I have my yearly tomorrow. Yearly seems to be this thing where they have like
This is my vision board, guys. It's
evaluation,
really
and then they
congested,
get
but I like
approved
it.
for a mating contract or something. Again, she knew that this was going to happen. She's like, oh, I forgot you were having that. I cannot tell the difference between what these
Poetry
two
and
have
theater,
and
sainthood
friendship.
and language
So,
is
she's not
so
supposed to have
funny.
friends. Again, I'm just very confused. Was it good? She asked before leaving. The kiss? Of course it was. It was the best kiss to ever kiss. Perfect. Her holographic instructor pops up in the morning, you know, her first lesson with the holograph instructor. According to your most recent scans, you are on day 14 of your menstrual cycle. I have adjusted your foods accordingly to provide the best nutrition for your ovulation phase. Man, I wish. Being approved for a procreation contract meant at the end of the supplement, the end of the supplements that discontinued my cycle. So she stops taking supplements that stop her cycle, and now she's going to start her cycle, her period again. All defect women's supplements contain something that stopped our cycles until we were mated. If there's any consequences of this, it's not explained in the text. But it does answer the question of, does anybody get pregnant in the lower class outside of a mating contract? So I guess the answer would be no. And also she's low on vitamin D, according to her holographic instructor who read her mind chip. She's like, if I'm low on vitamin D, why was I kept underground all day? Wouldn't that ensure that the defects stayed, well, defective? I'm like, oh, wow, we're gonna ask a basic question again and then not interrogate it?
There's my
bonkers.
post.
My education had been solely conducted by holograms. No one dared waste a human breath on the defects education, except
I'm
when
excited.
Nestor,
This is the group, by the
academy
way.
headmaster, and an Illum, don't forget that, I had forgotten that, spoke to
called
us. I didn't know if you could
2026
call him
401.
human. Now, having finished the book, I think that might have been a hint, because I think that the majority
wanna
of
join,
the Illum are not
you should
human
join.
anymore.
Let me
Even now,
copy
my
a
work
link.
was hologram
Can I just
based.
copy
I had
the
never
link?
actually seen any of the art I cataloged. I know. And trust me, I'm still wondering how any of this makes sense. She is given
There you go.
some
If you guys
food
wanna
that is
join,
not the normal
feel
food that she's
free.
used to, the crappy
I'm gonna
food.
post
Things like
my
grains. She's never heard
Q1
grains
plan,
before.
Q2
Dragon
plan.
fruit.
Dude.
That makes sense. What about the
You can take it by
injustice of
quarters.
it,
You
that
can
those in the
reevaluate
sky
every
had access to
quarter,
such
and
things
I
while the
find
rest of us
that that
didn't?
sounds a lot
Why
more
were they
appealing to me
permitted
than feeling
luxuries
like,
while the
oh, I
rest of us
have
were
to give
denied
up
basic
for my
human
New Year's
needs?
thing.
And then she just doesn't think about this again.
My
All
2026
these
planning
basic
group.
questions, and she's just like, why
This book is
that?
crazy, dude.
Anyways, what's that over there?
I love this
Whoa,
this
bitch,
YouTuber.
Get it together.
She makes
I
it
wore
so
gray.
fun.
I was a defect contract or not. Today my food looked appetizing. I should be thankful. This would have been a good time to insert religion, actually, because religion creates compliance. But instead, religion is banned.
Let me turn on the
So then
lights and
at
we'll
her
start.
job, again, of deleting art via hologram. Hal is there again. Morning, Moonlight. She asks, why are you calling me Moonlight? Well, since I met you, I find myself watching the moon while I work. What does watching the moon have to do with me? The moon rules our time, does it not? Since meeting you, you seem to rule mine. Why? I asked. Bitch, stop asking why. Stop it. Pick a new question. He says some, vague things that make her question more about the major defects that he's a part of, because she's talking about art and he seems to know more about it than she does. The major defects know about things like this? Someone has to take out their trash. There were so many things that I didn't know about the Elum, the Elite, and now the major defects. No shit. That's bonkers. What if I want to understand? You'd have to come to the underworld to find out, Moonlight. Underworld? Lowtown is just for looks. We don't live there. Where do you live? Beneath. His gaze collided with mine. We live in the tunnels beneath the surface. How do you get here? I could show you, you just have to ask. So then they get in an argument because he says that the upper class destroys everything beautiful and different, including her mate. You don't know him. You're a vessel, an obligation. I am not merely a vessel, he's different. Yeah, you've met him twice. You know him for sure. Have you bothered asking what he does up in his clouds? What about when they send him to the surface? That's right, you can't. That'd require you to have rights. So heavy-handed. But I was the one who said you rule my time. You made no such claims. I'll see you around. She gets a message from Colin, her mate, that says, hey, we're supposed to have dinner with your birth parents tonight. Sooner we get out of the way, the better. Doesn't ask her how she feels about it. Lovely. She goes up to get ready with her, prep team again, Rose and Violet. Where's Violet? That's none of your concern, Rose bit out. Rose, what's happened? Do not act as if you care, Rose seethed venomously. Where is Violet, Rose? She is unwell. We don't get unwell. Our mind had eradicated all illness and disease generations ago. Okay. Okay. I have a lot of questions. I feel like that lends itself to a lot of questions. We don't have time. Dress is delivered for her. When is it made for her this time? And it's deep blue silk, major defect blue. She's panicking. She's like, why would somebody send me this dress? Did Colin send me this dress? Whoever sent you this dress is praying you fail. I have to say I might be on their side. Something horrible had happened to Violet and Rose. What had I done? Think for 2 seconds. You told an Elum that Rose and Violet were talking about some girl named Eve and the revolution. Maybe, just maybe, you got Violet in trouble. But of course, Susie Q over here can never do anything wrong. So as soon as Violet eventually comes back, Violet's like, it's fine that you got me in trouble and I got my ass handed to me. She has to wear this blue dress so she looks like a major defect. She shows up to her family's house. She gets a message from Colin saying, hey, sorry, I can't make it after all. So when she gets to her birth family's house, her 2 brothers, Gregory and Philip, are there. Well, Gregory's there. Dude, tell me, is this color in rebellion to your mating, or are you just partial to the color of trash? Which is weird because later, Gregory says that it's just a color. And in this very scene, Gregory like flip-flops. It's like we decided midway through the chapter, actually, no, we're gonna make Gregory kind of sarcastic, but not a bad guy after all. I didn't believe them when they told me the girl in the sheer white dress was my birth sister, that I had a sister. Gregory, Vincent, her birth father, Thunder, do not entertain her. How much longer are we to wait for Colin? My mate had something come up, he can't join us. So then Gregory decides to go get her some alcohol, which she's never had before, and he's like, here, drink this quick me, you're gonna need it. It's a wonderful thing called alcohol. It befuddles the mind. Then her other brother, what's his name? Philip, who works for Colin, shows up. Baby brother, how splendid of you to join us. Do tell us how things fare at the Capitol. Have you kissed enough asses to be an Elum yet? Sold your soul? Is that how it works? Genuine question. Philip, our little pride and joy, trying to be just like his dear friend Colin, rejected mating contracts, leaving all mothers distraught, all to sell himself to the Elum like a pet. Philip's like, why are you wearing blue? We need to make sure that the press doesn't get wind of this. The press, capital P. My mind raced by their evident familiarity with each other. The intimacy, mother, brother, sister, these were familial terms. Everything in the defects education used things like birth father, birth mother, and birth sibling. So Helen, her mom, shows up and she's like, why is she in blue? Did we insult the Elum? Is Colin angry with this match? What do you mean is Colin? He chose it. He's an Elum. A man named Richard is there? Who the fuck is Richard? Richard. Robert. Oh, she doesn't have 2 brothers. She has 3. It's just Richard only comes up this one time. Does he come up again? I don't remember. Oh my gosh.
What did I miss with the book?
I fucking forgot that Richard was... Anyway, Richard is mated to some lady named Poppy who's having a baby again. And of course, her birth father's like, a male? Because this is a male-centric society, except it's run by a woman. 4 offspring, what fertile blessings. Oh yes, how smashing, Gregory added. Have you not tired of her though? Poppy and I have had elite offspring, so no, I have not. Let us hope your 4th is of better stock than that. Her birth father shoved a finger at her. I should have switched mates after 3. My birth mother took a long drink as silence fell. And then Gregory's like, so I've been paired up with a defect for mating. I suppose I have Philip to thank for that. Thanks a lot, younger brother. And then
What? That's crazy. Please stop this. I'm getting too involved. No worries.
genes, our procreation pool would bottleneck, and that would result in inbreeding. And again, I'm like, how does the dad not know this?
Oh
but
my
then
God.
again, I have MAGA parents who I have to explain basic concepts to, and suddenly this is sounding very familiar.
Oh
They are
my
people,
God.
living, breathing people. It's not just elimination, it's murder, Emmeline says. Would you have me eliminated? Easier to eliminate a mistake than admit you carry any responsibility for it. It's your genes that created this. her eyes. I knew I'd like you, Gregory says. Then she's upset because her mom doesn't
the
stick
frick
up
is
for
Gregory?
her, and she feels like her mom never stuck up for her. They are defective to their core, uncivilized, Vincent said. Who made us uncivilized? And you wanted to save her, Helen. I was wrong, Vincent, Helen says. She had wanted to save me. She then decides to get the fuck out of there and is about to take a pod home, except she doesn't. She gets in a pod and then she slams a button, makes the pod drop. She like runs, and then suddenly Hal is there. He gets her back to her living quarters and
yes, I did
gets
mean
her
to
out of
come on
this
cam.
dress
I'm gonna
that
be
had, like,
decorating
the
cards,
blue
but I don't
dress
know
that
why
had,
it's
like, a
red.
collar on it. And he's like, all right, now that that's done, I need to go. And she's like, you can't leave. Time's like the time curfew. Like the entrance won't let anyone in or out unless their mind chip is authorized, which of course yours is not going to be. I can't stay here. You're in a contract, which is a weird thing to say because that's not really the important thing. The important thing is he had work. Like he said he was on his way to work and he's like, I can't stay in your room. You're in a contract. Who's gonna, like, what an odd thing to write. What an odd thing to say. Who's gonna see them? Probably nobody. Who cares if she's in a contract?
Whoa,
You
Quake
guys
2
are gonna sit around for
remastered,
hours.
and
The
yeah,
important
happy
thing is you are going
holidays.
to miss work in a society where you guys are constantly watched and forced to do ridiculous jobs. Isn't that going to be a problem? You have to stay. Hal. You set off the door.
Is it
I could be
still like
eliminated.
this?
So I'm stuck here with you all night in cold, wet clothes. I'll sleep on the floor. Wait, what about your mind chip? I hadn't thought about the chip once. Did Colin already know Hal was here? It's taken care of. So he's wearing something that scrambles the mind chip, but then also he doesn't have a mind chip because he cut it out. And later she thinks about, why was he wearing a thing to scramble the
I'm
mind
fixing
chip
it. Look at my little
if he doesn't even
face.
have one? And I don't think we ever got an answer. Besides, the Elam don't watch us the way they watch you, which honestly doesn't make any sense. Someone had dressed me in major defect blue and left me in my family's clutches. The only explanation was that it had been Colin. Actually, it isn't the only explanation. It's just the only one that you can come up with because you don't know anybody! And now she feels like Colin set her up and that him kissing her had felt like it meant something, but it was all a lie. And now here's Hal. Hal perched on the edge of my bed, clad in nothing but a pair of boxers and his cuff. She falls asleep, she wakes up, she's staring at him. He wakes up, he's looking at her, so you really do like looking at me. I've never seen a male body. Not in real life, only in art. That's not true because you watched those movies that explained sex to you, remember? He tells her about his life. My parents were both major defects. They fell in love. Is it common for majors to have offspring? The Elam do not want major defect offspring to exist, so the majors do not speak about them, which is why my parents hid in the tunnels beneath our city for 7 years. I had a family. Most don't. The act your father talked about, it was being discussed. The majors got scared. My dad was a brave man. A couple of other majors went to the surface to get information on a way out. They were caught. The elite force broke in one night while we were sleeping.
Let's
They
choose
got
the
to my
cards
mom.
we're
I was too young to
decorating.
fight them off. They told me if I went with them, my parents would be forgiven for their crimes, that I was the cost of their decision.
This is a giant
so I went.
Morpeko.
They implanted me with a chip, gave me
And
an
then
ID
this is my
number.
Ariados
I was
that I'm
told I
gonna
was going to the
decorate.
minor academy when an Elam named Charles informed the men in white coats that 2 major defects had produced an elite offspring. Somehow he was labeled an elite and sent to the elite academy. The Elam didn't like it. I wasn't meant to exist in the first place. I definitely wasn't meant to be elite, but according to their chip, my genes were perfect. I don't understand any of this.
I don't
and
understand
his parents
that
were
either.
actually murdered the night that the elite force took him away. They're about to kiss, her and Hal, who they've met all of, what, 3 times now? When suddenly somebody's banging at her door and it's her brother, Gregory, the sarcastic one. I was tasked with fetching duties. Get dressed and be quick about it. I'll be in the pod. I can't stay in this hovel. Oh, and bring the gown. I didn't have a way to hide my defect. Colin hadn't seen me without a lens. I shouldn't be worried about the implications of Colin seeing me as I truly was. True. The Elam would know about last night, about the way I stormed out. What were the ramifications of that? Did I care if the Elam had put me in blue? If Colin had put me in blue? I grabbed my comm device, pulling up the first of 5 messages. Should be able to make it for dessert. Apologies
I still
for
don't
being held
understand
up.
what she
It's a
means by
text from
blue.
Colin. And then another one. Philip messaged me and told me you left Emmeline. What happened?
that's like the
and then there were 2
major
texts from Lo. You gonna be back in time to talk?
defects.
Guess not. Can't wait to hear about it tomorrow. You're not supposed to have friends, and you guys are texting on assumedly a monitored thing being friendly.
They're not very smart.
Not a red flag? All right. In the pod, Gregory's like, don't hit the emergency button. How did you know about that? Lesson number 1, little sister. They are always watching you. You're unlike any of us now, even the elite. It's why Father's so livid. You're an Elam's mate, not just any Elam. The others stay locked away, ruling and judging from afar.
Okay.
That's not actually true because the one that runs the school is pretty accessible, isn't he? How many others are there? Can I get a guess? Or
Let's see.
you are the mate of the Elum they send into the elite to carry out their judgments and punishments. He's their enforcer. There's no one like you, little sister, because there is no one like your mate. I don't understand. No, you? Oh, I'm shocked. I wouldn't plan on that changing. So I'm not going to be eliminated for my outburst yesterday? No, quite the opposite. You're property of the Elum and somebody has to pay for the mistreatment of you. So he takes her to Colin's house, where
Do I
she
not have any other
meets
followers? I
Nora,
thought I did.
Colin's sister, who he has not mentioned. And she's like, he hasn't mentioned me? But if you'll recall, they've only had 2 conversations. So, yeah. All right. Where were we? She meets Nina, which is Colin's
I was supposed
sister.
to. I thought I
And
had
it's funny
more.
because-
And I still
Not
think
Nina,
I do.
Nora.
I just
She
don't
meets
think
Nora,
I have them on me.
Colin's sister, and Nora is like, brother, why didn't you tell your betrothed about me? And I'm over here like, they've only had 2 conversations. When did he have the time? So this conversation is between
Ooh,
Emily,
that's
and our main
good.
character,
Oh my God, that's
Nora,
crazy.
her fiance,
You
her
heal
mate's
fast.
sister, her mate Colin, and
I would be out for
at
like a
least
month.
one of her brothers, if not 2 of them, Emmeline's brothers. Colin says, I heard that Vincent, her birth father, mentioned the Elimination Act, which was the idea to just kill people. He more than mentioned it, Emmeline says. Some of the older elites still believe in it, Colin says. Do you? I do not. Oh my God, the bare minimum. Perfect. She also asks, what is the press, capital P?
Oh, week is
a
not
media
bad.
source for the elite.
But I'm sorry,
it's a
that must have
gossip
been
column
painful.
at best, Nora says. Colin asks, where's the dress? Confirms that he was not the one who sent her the blue dress to, have her wear as an embarrassing moment for her. Her brother Gregory is there, and it takes the time to mention that Gregory was older than everyone else in the room, yet he stood on the outskirts removed. Emmeline's like, I really thought that you were the one that sent the dress. I thought that this was like a cruel trial that you were going to put me through. Colin's like, I've only sent you things that I thought you would want and enjoy, like the flowers and the chocolate. She's like, well, I just thought it's because I'm a defect, a visual defect. She has
Jesus
heterochromia.
Christ.
My own elite birth family wants to eliminate me. I quit caring about the elite's opinions long ago. Emmeline, you are an extension of me now. And he keeps
Oh, an
bringing this up, and
extension.
it's weird.
Yeah,
And,
stop
I,
saying an
looked at the
extension.
reviews of this again last night, and people were like saying that they were Team Colin. And I'm gonna be honest, after reading the reviews of this and after reading it and not being able to tell whether or not this was written by somebody who is conservative or not, and I do think that that's a problem, and I don't care if you think that that's divisive. I grew up in Christian nationalism, so I know the amount of subterfuge that they are doing in order to recreate this country as a Christian nation to the absolute detriment of an awful lot of groups of people who are not white men. And so yes, it is a problem for me if somebody is aligning with certain ideals that I know lead to harmful places because I was taught that that was a good thing. I do want books to differentiate themselves. I do want to be able to tell the difference.
I'm just leaving them
and
all
if
in
you
pretty
are
colors
doing
right
rhetoric that is
I'm gonna sneeze.
like indistinguishable from right-wing rhetoric that I grew up with,
because I
going
think
to
they're
take it as a
prettier,
bad
and when I
sign.
put them
So
in a top
for
loader,
Colin to say
it'll be nice.
you are an extension of me is,
And these are like
as
pink.
an ex-fundamentalist, that's a red flag to me. And the fact that people are reading this guy and saying Team Colin is confusing for me because I'm not sure if people are like, how did we get here where you're Team Colin?
Yeah,
This
that's
is a
crazy.
Man who is saying that she is an extension of him.
him.
That's not a good thing. That's not a hot thing. That's not a romantic thing. You are your own person.
Oh, if they
You are not an
insult you, they're
extension of
insulting
somebody
me.
else.
It's like,
You
okay,
are
well,
not
like,
the
no, well, they were
case to
insulting
his
me.
phone.
So
You are your own phone. I don't know. It's just the first thing that came up.
You
when it was
are
right
your
next to me.
own
So
phone
I'm
is
really
really
confused
funny.
about why people are saying Team Colin for what? I'm team this girl get a personality and a life of her own.
Okay, so these
before
are the
she
new ones I
decides
got.
To commit to a man. I really think
The
that
Miss
there is
Magus. Miss
and I'm
Magius.
not even sure if it's on purpose.
It's
on
like
behalf of
the
authors
Art
or not,
Nouveau one.
but I think that there is a major problem.
Got Furisode girl because she's
books
cute.
doing right-wing and sometimes Christian nationalist
This Vulpix
rhetoric,
V.
the fact that we aren't picking up
And
on
this
and saying, hey,
Vulpix art
what
that
are
I
we doing
wanted for
here
so
is
long
concerning
from the
to
new
me.
set.
I don't think we should be passing
So
those things off as a good thing
cute.
at any point, because you know who benefits
Are you talking
when
about the
we
furry
do,
soda
when
girl?
we pass them off as a good thing and we accept
Or
them
the person in
and
the
then
video. I
we
don't think
bleed
she has
into real life,
extensions.
is Christian nationalists.
But maybe she
That's
does.
the
I'm not sure.
point. That's
It
the
seems
point
like she
of all
grew
those
out her
Trojan
hair
horses that they
naturally.
do. And I know because
But
they
I have
took
no
part
idea.
in it
Because
for
she
a
used
really
to have
long
shorter
time.
hair, and then like
Anyway,
it grew
we
slowly.
can talk about
But I
that
think
in
she
a
just
different
has
video, and
layers.
we will.
I think she
I'm
used to have
planning
an
on that for
undercut, so
January,
her
and I think
hair
I'm gonna have to
underneath
bring
is
this book
shorter.
up as an example. Anyway, so the point is, he says, if somebody
Okay.
hurts you, I take it personally. Power churned in Colin's eyes as his jaw bulged. Power
What?
churned in his eyes is, I don't know what that means.
I don't know what
but
that
I don't know what
means.
you mean his jaw bulged. Is he swollen? So her
That's
other
scary.
brother,
I don't
Philip,
want his jaw to
she is
bulge.
told, is running interference to ensure the events of last night do not get out to the elite collective. Her running away from her family home in a blue dress apparently would be super embarrassing. Thus ensuring that the attendants at your parents do not share
Okay.
what they witnessed. I also overrode the curfew by an hour, granting
Let's start
Gregory's
with
mind
Footy
chip and
Soda
yours access to
Girl.
move freely. I am calling it a trial so the rest of the Elam are not
Can I just zoom
offended
in?
by my overstepping. I don't know how he possibly thought that he could get away with this. I don't know what his dynamic is with the other Elam. I don't even know who all the other Elam are. You are the first Elam mate in a very long time. We have had several generations of Elam who have focused on societal advances and innovation rather than procreation. Again, I don't have much information about the Elam. I wish I did. Being an extension of me, you will be watched more closely, Emmeline. Aren't they always watching? The Elam cannot watch every mind all the time. There are too many. They watch for outliers, and minds that do not follow their rules, anomalies. And I'm like, okay, I feel like you have an awful lot of people working for you, yeah? So logically, if I were the Elam, wouldn't I say something like, all right, I have a lot of people who want to work up to a higher station, so you could afford to give people access to monitoring other people's mind chips all the time, do it in shifts, you know, surveillance type shit, if you offered them certain incentives. And I don't know. I just
thought I could
like,
zoom
if I were
in.
Emmeline, I would have already thought that. I would have said, that doesn't really make sense. There's tons of people that could do the work to monitor. Why would it just need to be the Elam? They don't run every single little thing. They have a lot of elites that are in charge of a lot of things. For instance, Colin's a second is Philip, an elite that is Emmeline's brother. So elites are involved. Like, you could even say that if you want to ascend to the level of Illum, however you do that, then you would need to work in surveillance and survey all of the people all the time. Like, I don't really understand how it's possible that the Illum feel that they don't have the ability to survey people all the time. That's just not true. You do. You have the resources, you have the manpower.
I'm
so
trying
why aren't
to...
you doing it? That would be my question if I were Emmeline, but she's stupid, so I guess I am asking too much. So they tell her, if you behave like that in front of other elites, even though Vincent upset you, it'll create issues. If the Elam start to take notice, I can only do so much. Then they start talking about the relationship between all of them. So Philip, her brother, who she has 3 brothers.
Why is it the
Richard,
Zoom
we
working?
established, comes on page basically never. Philip and Gregory are the main ones. Philip and Nora are very close, but in like a sibling type way. But Gregory, we're going to find out later, Gregory and Nora are having a long-term affair, and the Elam just won't let them be together. And so obviously this is frustrating for Emmeline, who got left out of all of this simply because she has heterochromia. All these people were getting close, and she got left out because of one blue eye, or one brown eye, whichever one was the problem eye. Nora, Colin's sister, is currently mated to a guy named William. I wonder what he meant by current mate. Did women switch mates? Now, this is going to be important later. This is going to be important because it's going to point out that there is a flaw in the writing of this. And further, I still don't understand how and when, like, we decide to subjugate women based on, like, and when we don't. Like, I don't understand the double standards here. Again, the woman in charge, the head Elam, is a woman. And they're all living in this house together, by the way. Philip is living there, Nora is living there, Colin is living there. Elite women are housed by their relatives between mates. So she's about to be mated to a guy named William, and then she's going to move out of her brother's house. So again, because she's a woman, she stays with a relative unless she has a mate. Women do not live on their own. Nora asked, because there was another break-in at a medical building containing the supplements that they force people to take.
Hopefully it looks
Nora
okay.
asked,
It
was
might
the
be
Reaper
bad, but...
involved? And this is, you know, the guy who was the who is like in charge sort of the rebellion, or at least that's what it's being.
Yeah, no
He
worries.
has a
Oh,
reputation
I was
now,
about to go to
and they're
sleep,
not
but you got
sure if
distracted.
this is an elite
I'm
member
so
trying to
sorry
send
that you got
Elam a message,
distracted.
or defects attempting a rebellion.
Okay, so we got
Regardless,
fall
sooner or
leaves
later,
and
the Reaper will
flowers.
mess up and expose himself. Now, it's at this point where I'm like, all right, obviously the Reaper is going to be maybe 3 different people that have come on page. It could be Gregory, who is like the least likely of the 3, right? It could be Gregory, her brother, who voices some contempt for the elite. It could be Hal, obviously, the guy who is already a defect and already seemingly doing rebellion stuff. Or it could be Colin himself. None of these are particularly interesting answers, minus maybe Gregory. Gregory is the only character in this book that I liked. It's for Gregory alone that I gave as a 1.5 instead of a 1. But she's already starting to think, Hal could possibly be the Reaper because, you know, he's doing stuff like visiting her in the archives that he's not supposed to be doing.
Because then it looks super
she
cute.
sees
It's
that
just
the
Gecko.
press, capital P, has posted a photo of
Oh my
herself
God.
and Colin, them kissing in that moment where he said, "Forgive me," and then he kissed her. My first kiss displayed for the elite to see. Now, it's at this point where I'm like, all right, if this gets passed off as fine by the narrative, that's going to be a point in this is like more leaning towards the right, where anything that happens with her is justified because paternalism. Anything he does with her body, and does not give her agency is fine because paternalism. So let's see what the narrative does with it. Why did they post this today when this happened the other night? There's power in revealing information at the precise moment it best suits the teller, when there is the most to gain. The press is quite good at it. Young Elam shocks elite with minor mate. Do minors have a place in our clouds? The press title says. Nora, who controls the press? Emmeline asks. The Elam. So Colin planted that story in order to distract from the story of her running away from her family's home in a blue dress.
I guess.
She gets back to her apartment and she talks to Hal again. Wait, no, back to her work center? I don't know, back to where she is in, you know, minor defect land. She asks him, you know, how'd you get out when Gregory came to get me? He says, I used the chutes. All the buildings on the surface have chutes that lead to the underworld so majors can take care of the trash, and sometimes we use them for other purposes. He also knows how to maneuver around outside of the capture window of the surveillance. She's like, how do you know so much about all this? And he says, who do you think provides maintenance for their cameras? Hal, do you know the Reaper? Did they discuss him with you? She basically doesn't answer. They also talk about how Colin had kissed her, and there's a photo of it in the press, and his immediate response is, did you want the kiss? There are rules I have to follow, Hal. And then she recalls being back at school where she is part of something called the grooming of the minors.
Oh my God.
I feel like if we thought about this for 4 seconds, maybe we could have come up with a different name. Welcome to the grooming. For the remainder of your time at the academy, we will be instructing you on how to rise and serve the greater good, capital G's. With our revolutionary advancements combined with the individual information gathered from yearly testing, you can overcome your defect. It is the Elam's deepest belief that every life has a role in the greater good. Choosing oneself over society as a whole is destructive. They are told that they need to produce elite offspring. If they produce a minor or major offspring, then their procreation, like their ability to get a procreation contract, will be revoked. You will be condemned to blue. So even if they are a minor defect, if they produce a minor or major defect offspring, then they get sent down in the caste
to
system
super hell.
Blue. And she thinks about how Alice, her friend back at school, who you know she wasn't supposed to be friends with and disappeared, was like so upset about this. All of a sudden, we're given to an elite male like some object and have to pass their test and put on a show for the elite just to carry an offspring. And for what? We'll feed their elite population or become their damn servants? It doesn't make any sense. They act like these saviors, telling us to blindly follow them and making us hate ourselves. Alice, you have to stop. You can't talk like this. I won't do it, Alice declared. I won't carry an offspring. It's too much. I'd rather be in blue than be their vessel. This poor man getting brought back into this over and over. That was one of the last conversations that her and Alice had before she had disappeared, assumedly. In real time, Hal is talking about how
I thought I
shouldn't
had
be
leaves.
anyone's plaything, and he should have asked you. Ask me what? If you wanted to be kissed. They then hear a long whistle, and he says, I have to go. She says, what is that whistle about? A signal from one supporter to another. It means elites are present. You're a supporter? And why a whistle? Their cameras don't recognize
Supporter
a
is
person
such a
whistling.
bad
They
rebellion
register out of
name.
place movement. What? They don't. How do these
I don't
cameras
know
work
Sorry
exactly? I'm
Skipper.
confused.
Sorry
So
Skipper.
then she leaves her office and she's not wearing gray. And I think she's walking with her friend Lo at this point, and a man in gray is staring at her not wearing gray because she just came back from Collins where she was, you know, put in a different outfit, and his eyes flew to from my wrist before his eyes flew from my wrist. That sentence isn't complete. It sounds like his eyes were on her wrist and he flew. His eyes flew from my wrist before piercing me with a glare. Oh, and then he looked at her. Okay, it's still a weird sentence. His eyes flew from my wrist before piercing me with a glare. Okay, I feel like we could have written that better. He whistled as if warning someone about my approach. So this guy's whistling now because she looks like an elite. So now he's just outed himself as a supporter, which is gonna end up bad for him. This whole thing was like really messy and weird.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's
Lo tells her
stupid.
that she had her yearly, which I think means yearly physical, and Lo was approved for procreation. So now she can get a mate and a contract. They bring their food to her house, her apartment, sorry. And Lo says, so where should we eat? There were no tables or chairs. I had always assumed our rooms were bare due to shortages. Having seen the elite's living quarters, I knew it was to deter us from forming connections. They don't give you tables or chairs so that you don't eat with anybody and form friends? What?
That's so funny.
Are you serious? What a stupid explanation. And of course, it's somehow not a red flag to her that Lo is being friendly with her, even though she was told you're not supposed to have friends, and she knows you're not, and she said I would never have a friend again. She's being friendly with Lo, who she calls her friend. Start from the beginning, Lo says. I need to know everything. She talks about how Nora, Colin's
Lo
sister,
evil?
said that Philip, Emmeline's brother, is like a brother to her, which hurts Emmeline's feelings. And Lo talks about her experiences, saying, my birth mother ended up in the sanctuary due to my defects. Her last words for me were that she hoped I was mated and my offspring was exactly like me, so I would know the shame. How many women in this building have the
crazy.
same story, Emmeline thinks. Maybe we could find comfort in one another if they didn't pit us against one another from the beginning. If we were taught to be one another's allies instead of competition,
Why are you
how
pitted?
different would these halls be if we cared for one another? On the day when she's supposed to go to this
What do you
big
mean?
dinner
What are they? Why are you
with
pitted?
the elite, and I think the
I don't really
Elon
understand
too,
that.
maybe?
I feel like that's
The morning
unnecessary.
of, she wakes up and Hal
Like,
is
you
in
could
her
just choose
room
not
again,
to be.
Of course, he was limping. Oh,
Why
wait,
is
no,
he
it's
in
not
your
her
room?
That's because there's no chairs in her room. We just established he's sitting in the chair at her office, and the task of the day is to check out
I'm
The
looking for
Starry
cute
Night by Vincent
stickers.
van Gogh, and we get some heavy-handed discussion about Vincent van Gogh. I tell you what, I was shocked that it was the
I
same
like doing
artist
it a
who
lot.
painted At Eternity's Gate. A person who painted with such pain also painted such beauty. I want to ask the artist which came first. And of course, this is supposed to be like a bonding conversation between her and Hal. This is just so cheesy and shallow. She gets a message from Colin saying, your work schedule has been updated. I look forward to seeing you tonight. I personally picked your gown. And she's told that she doesn't have to work the next 2 days. So things are progressing, even with the press article, Hal says. Don't do that. Don't walk out over something I have no say in. It would be easier if I left, Hal said. One day, you'll have the nerve to ask, and I don't think I'll say no. He's
What?
talking about kissing her.
Oh.
As if it's like a big... You guys have known each other for like a week.
Yeah,
Stop
what?
this. I was looking for... It wasn't supposed to happen like this. What were you looking for? Not this. Do you think I was looking for this? I was happy
What?
down here with my life. No, you weren't. You were lonely. No, you weren't just lonely. You had your only friend stolen from you and assumedly killed. Like, I don't know
And
how
you're
you
chill
were
with
happy
that.
your
Yeah,
life,
like,
but
I
alright.
don't-
You should have left me alone because I wear gray and you wear blue. Are we
Whoa,
children? You wear
dude.
gray, he seethed. It doesn't make you above me. It makes you a mindless vessel. I promise this
That's
book
insane.
will apologize to you by the time we're done. You just waltzed right into it, claiming he's different even as he uses you. She picks up on the fact that he's saying people's names that she did not give him. And he says, I told you I was deemed elite. And she didn't ask any questions about this when he initially said it, which is
Yeah,
so
that's
typical of this
insane.
book. They killed my parents and sent me to the academy. I'm the same age as you, your dear mate, his twin, and your brother. They were thick as thieves, even after what they did to Nora. The moment I left the academy, I
Who the
cut out
frick
that
is Nora?
fucking chip. It was jarring when this book swore because I
Who is
forgot that
Nora?
this wasn't like a
I don't remember who Nora
Christian
is.
dystopian book a couple of times.
To be honest.
Most people die when doing it, but I lived, faked
Okay.
my death, and disappeared. She has no questions about this whatsoever.
That's
I
insane.
wore color, and I gave it up. He used to wear color. You can cut them out, she says. Who are you, really? I'm whoever I choose to be. And she's thinking, maybe he's the Reaper. If Hal was the Reaper, then the greatest danger to him was myself, the mate of an Elam. Everyone does.
Solely X
especially
Venom,
elite.
thank you
I
so
am
much for
not like them, Hal
following.
says. Tell me, how are you different? I've only known
Thank
you a
you.
week anyway. Might as well say goodbye now. No, now we're speaking sense. I actually agree with that sentence. Whether I do it now or in 3 moons, you were always gonna be a goodbye. Oh, brother. She does ask a logical question, which I appreciate. She thinks, wait, that one night he was wearing the microchip scrambling cuff. Why had he needed
Yeah,
that
if you cut it
he
out.
doesn't have a microchip anymore?
Yeah.
The question I never asked hung heavy all around me. Girl, if the questions are starting to hang heavy, then you will be crushed, I fear. The question I would dare not ask was Hal the Reaper? Oh, brother. Oh, Emmeline, your stupidity might kill all of us, including me. I might die of secondhand stupidity. She says that this past week carries more than a decade. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. It does not carry more than a decade. I wish we would have had a decade. Then we would have more sense and logic to this book. But it doesn't actually make sense that you are falling for these two
This is what I
dudes
have so far.
after a week. Actually, that doesn't make any sense. On top of all the
For
other
food
shit
is
that
so
doesn't
day,
make any
girl.
sense. That's like top of the list. There
She's
was no
looking
scenario in which
cute.
Hal and I could be together.
I have some like
We were always
festival
going to
themed
be
stuff.
goodbye. I wondered
So
what I
like
would do if I had a
fireworks, I have
choice,
some
who I would be.
flowers,
She goes back to
sparkles,
her starlings,
pink, pink,
the people who are
pink, pink,
supposed to
pink.
get her ready, Violet and Rose. And Violet is finally back, and she looks like she's been beaten the shit out of. Who did this? The Elam. Had he enforced this? Who exactly was my mate? Girl, you don't know, and neither do I. It's been a week. You've had like 3 conversations. I'm losing it. She has a right to know, Violet says. Not at the expense of you, Rose says. It could have come from another source, someone close to the Elam, Violet says. We already answered their questions about the dress, Rose says. We had no part in it. You might not have meant to, but you got Violet hurt. Someone got me hurt, Violet says. What I'm about to share doesn't leave this room. A rebellion is coming. People are rising up. Does your mate often confide Elam information to you? And she says, no. Obviously not, because, you know, they've only seen each other 3 times total, so I don't know why the fuck
want
he
more
would
cutie-ful
that would possibly
stickers.
even be a thing that would be happening. Emmeline asks, hey, so why isn't Tabitha, the lady who's run the Elam for more than 50 years, ever in the press? We don't talk about her. We can't keep her in the dark, Violet says. The time of hiding is coming to an end. There's no going back. We won't have to pick our sides. We need information, and you can get it. Information to help the Reaper. So they just, even though she
Okay,
probably
so she
got
just
Violet's ass kicked
immediately
by
gave
giving
up that.
information to Colin, these 2 people are still somehow trusting Emmeline.
Yeah,
to
why are
continue
you
to
trusting
feed
her?
them information. And again, they've only met each other 3 times as well.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. So they go to this dinner
Like, what?
with all these elite, including Colin
Aw,
and
thank
Nora
you,
and
Sully.
her current mate William.
Thank you, thank
William
you.
is a dick. Colin doesn't like him. They argue at the table. Nora makes a shitty comment about minor defects, and Colin has to remind his sister, hey, my mate is a minor defect. Nora apologizes. Emmeline just feels bad for her. If I were mated to someone like William, I would be angry at Philip's freedom as well. I wonder how bad Nora's first mate had
Okay,
been
I think
for
I'm done
her
with
to
this
choose
one.
to take on another. And at this point again, now I'm confused, because earlier we said, can women
Let's do the
choose
Miss
new
Magus
mates? And she's
one.
not thinking about this. She's not asking
Magius?
about this.
I
How
never
could
say it
she
right.
have chosen as a woman
We're gonna look for
who is
Orpal.
subjugated, who isn't even allowed to live alone or choose her mates? How or choose her like original mate? How could she have
Orpal,
possibly
Orpal.
like chosen to leave the other mate? How? And why aren't we asking basic questions? Turns out that Gregory, Emmeline's oldest brother, the sarcastic one, was friends with Nora's first mate. And Nora's first mate was Edward, the shitty guy who at the first date between Colin and Emmeline looked her over and she's like, that man's skeevy. I can tell by the way he's looking at me. I felt terrible for Nora. Edward and William both seemed like horrible mates. This book says mates so many times. I swear to God, if I ever read another book that says mate in it, I'm gonna claw my eyeballs out. She leaves the dinner room to do, I don't even fucking remember what, but she sees that, she hears down a long, shiny teal tunnel.
Cults are weird.
A male voice that she knows, and it's Gregory. Please, don't even say it, Gregory says. But what's bonkers is that Gregory is supposed to be at dinner with Lo, Emmeline's best friend. He's not supposed to be in some tunnel with some other girl. This was their initial meeting. All Lo wanted was a procreation contract, and Gregory was in here with another woman. I will wait, Gregory growled. Oh, that wasn't a growl.
Wow.
No, I'm not gonna growl. That's ridiculous. We don't need to always have
He's
men
in love with
growling.
the woman?
Stop. I will never stop waiting for you. And she doesn't see who he's talking to, but when he leaves, he's like, are you lost, little sister? Your mate. I know her. She isn't my mate yet. I'm here because they told me to. I didn't choose this. I didn't choose her. Lo is a good person. Well, that's the problem. I'm not. She decides to start a fight between her and Colin. The press. Is that why you kissed me, for them to publish it as a distraction for the elite?
Yeah.
Colin looked towards my lips. What? Is that what you wanted it to be? I want to know what it was to you. Selfishness, he says.
Oh,
He's like,
okay,
you have
so
other
he likes
questions.
her.
You want to ask me about the starlings, don't you? The Elam do not take lightly to anyone who spreads discord among the masses. I told you, they will stop at nothing to silence it. And she says, you question them. You're the enforcer. I am. But he shakes his head and he says, it doesn't matter if I did or didn't. You already believe that I did. So she's not sure, and genuinely neither am I, if he questioned Violet.
This
and
is a
beat the shit
sticker
out of
that
her,
says
or somebody else
oveliness.
did. But either way, it doesn't really matter because he's still upholding this government.
I don't
He's
know if you
still
can
part
see it.
of
It
the
says-
Elam. And
it
just
says
because he didn't do it to
oveliness,
Violet
and I'm
doesn't
gonna
mean he
put it
won't
on
do it to
this.
somebody else. So she goes back home, and for some reason she ends up near the sanctuary where all these like pregnant women and mothers are raising their offspring, except eventually they get their kids taken from them. Several soldiers
That's
restrained the
sad.
birth mothers as their offspring sobbed. I couldn't breathe as the women dropped to their knees, their screams ripping
That's
at my
really
soul as they reached for
sad.
their offspring. None of them could have been older than 4.
I wish he
They
would
were
stop
being
calling
taken
them
away to the
offspring,
academy.
though.
When she talks to the starlings again, Violet and Rose, about this, she says that's called the parting. We were both in contracts before this. Rose successfully carried an offspring. What you saw, we call the parting. It wasn't like that for me, Emmeline says. The parting is only for mothers in the sanctuary. It happens unannounced. Always when other minors are away for their work days, there is no time for goodbyes. Do the offspring ever see their mothers again? No, they do not. So I don't really
Oh.
understand how this works. I don't really know. Wouldn't other minors be talking about this with each other? Like, I'm just not really sure how she didn't know. In the Elam, they stand for this treatment? And, like, of course they do. I don't know how this is even a question.
Yeah,
when, again,
why
they
do-
took away her
what?
only friend and she never saw her again. So she decides, I do want to help the rebellion then, because she saw children being dragged away from their mothers, and even though this like literally happened to her, it's just that her mother didn't want to keep her, or it seemed that way. I don't know. So she tells Violet and Rose that she will help them. Tonight, be paying attention, be his mate and pay attention, gain his trust, and we will talk when we see you next. She goes and talks to Nora, Colin's sister, and Nora explains, I've been in contracts my whole life. Before that, I was being prepared for that one. I am usually with my mate or offspring while I get to be. Do you see your offspring often? On visiting day, I see them all. Them? You have more than one? I have 3, Nora says. And Emmeline's like, this doesn't really make sense because Nora is 32 and they have offspring every 5 years or 65 moons after a short courting phase into procreation into maternity. The math didn't add up. Did you produce twins? If Nora had 3 offspring, she had been mated at 17. Disgust leveled me before she had even left the academy, which is weird because it says at the beginning, I've been in contracts all my adult life. Before that, I was being prepared for one. Except no, you were in one at 17.
Yeah.
Unless they consider adults to be 17 and up, which they can't be because Emmeline just said she'd been mated at 17. Disgust leveled me.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you
She
wouldn't
talks to
be
Colin,
disgusted then.
and Colin's talking about the Reaper. The Reaper's been too bold. He's killed elite, highlighted flaws in the system. The Elam does not tolerate chaos. They are adamant about sending him a message. And that message is going to be they're going to kill some of the majors. What are you going to do to the majors? Whatever is required of me. Everything I do is for the greater good. Majors are people. And so he takes her to this event where elites are, and she says, why am I here? What is this dinner about? The man who whistled at you? Did you tell anyone? What are you talking about? Very little happens in this city that the Elam are not aware of. You said earlier that they can't survey people all the time, so I don't understand. I'd ask you to trust me, but given our brief conversation at the pod, that would be a waste of time. So they go to this dinner that she's required to go to, and Edward Nora's
Where's
first
Orpal?
mate, and the guy who was like skeevy at the first meeting between Colin and Emmeline, says, "On behalf of all the elite here, I wanted to raise a glass to the Elam and his peculiar mating. We know you have your reasons." And when he gets flack for this, he says, "Surely you understand a member of the Elam stooping to a minor contract. Was it stooping when you ogled my mate so thoroughly in the garden?" And all she can think is how gross it is that he was mated to Nora. How old was he when they had been mated? He had been Gregory's best friend, so at least 5 years. So that means that he was like 22, sleeping with a 17-year-old for the purpose of having a baby.
Gross.
You insult her, you insult the Elam. I do not forgive, nor do I forget the mistreatment of my things. Ugh.
Ew.
Unless it is elimination you are after.
Things?
My head whipped toward Colin at his nonchalant suggestion. It was murder he was talking about. Gregory, for some reason, is forced to wear a blue suit, and he does not care. Allegedly, "You really wasted a great color on the trash of our society. I think it brings out the blue in my eyes." So Tabitha is there, who is the leader of the Elam, except she's not there. She's like holographically projected.
She's not real,
She didn't
is
even
she?
stand in the room with us, and yet everyone stood at perfect
She's not
attention.
real, I
We were
think.
able to apprehend a sympathizer in the Reaper's desire to destroy our peace and upend our prosperity and sacred way of life. His only goal is to spread discord among those with defects. In is brought the man who whistled at her earlier.
Woof.
Upon our investigation,
I bet
he
he's
was
gonna
found
die.
guilty of passing information from the capital to the Reaper. And she's standing here like, is this a guy about to be killed? Because Colin told me he doesn't believe in eliminating defects. The guy whistles again. He says, "The Reaper is coming for all of you."
Oh.
No one touches him, and yet he's dying because his mind chip, just like everybody else's mind chip, which she's just finding out
Oh my
now,
God.
has a lethal dose of hemotoxin. It affects our blood, so the Elam can eliminate, and she's like, "No, it's murder." Colin says, "Forgive me. He was actively working against the Elam, so he should die?" It's hard to understand.
So he
You
should
told me you
die?
didn't believe in killing minors. That was before. Philip, summon a pod. Philip is her brother, don't forget. And get the force ready for briefing. Gregory, make sure she gets home. We can't afford any more mistakes. I'm going with her, Nora says. Colin looks at his sister and says, "Think of your offspring. You will not use my offspring against me. You will
Why
not
is she
involve
on
them.
with her?
You will
I'm
never
confused.
involve them. No, I won't, but we both know they will. Arabella is almost of age. They will use her to get to you." So in the pod, her and her brother,
who are we talking
Gregory,
about?
She
As
says
they?
to him, "Listen, I didn't have anything to do with you having to wear blue. I'm sorry. Don't be, little sister. It didn't faze me. It's just a color. It held no power until they told you it did. They told me to wear it, so I did." Which is weird because I feel like he said something shitty about the color blue earlier in the book when she was wearing it. I don't know. Never care about anyone. The less you care about, the less you have to lose. And
Never
she turns
care
to this man
about
and says, "Do you
anyone."
love her?" And they're talking about Nora. She's figured it out. There is not a word I know for what I feel for her. She is everything, everywhere, the stars,
Whoa.
the earth, the very air. She is everything. There's nothing I wouldn't do for her. And you know what? I don't hate Gregory.
That's
0.5
sweet.
to this book just for Gregory. Gregory doesn't suck. This book should have been about Gregory and Nora. Would have been more interesting.
Gregory,
Then there's like a
Nora,
message
yeah, because
from,
she's
I
like
think, the
already a
Elam, I think
mom to
maybe
3.
Tabitha
Like that's
herself. "I am
interesting.
here to address all the rumors that have
Look at
reached
this.
us.
Hi,
There
Dragon
have been concerns
King.
regarding a man who has been named the Reaper. As of yesterday, we
And it has
were
like
able
this
to
sticker that says
apprehend a
magic, and then it has another one that says
We
Ovaline.
obtained vital information before terminating
And I put a
the
little
traitor.
camera
We will continue
sticker.
to root out this diseased way of thinking that threatens to
It's
destroy our peace and
cute.
offend our prosperity and sacred way of life. To spread
Next, we're gonna do the
discord among those with
Vulpix.
defects. We can assure you the defect community is now under close surveillance, and new restrictions and measures will be put in place to
Light
maintain the balance.
blue.
Furthermore, anyone with any information is encouraged to come forth. Together we can put an end to this mishap. Any and all sympathizers shall be eliminated immediately. Then she goes on this like inner monologue where she's like, "I've never known love." Girl, it's been a week. I was done doing nothing. I was going to the underworld. So she somehow makes her way down to the underworld. She gets
Ice
knocked out
cream
by
soda.
one of the rebellion people like immediately, and then brought to a room with a bunch of them where they immediately tell her their names. "What was
That's
the Reaper's
insane.
one request yesterday?" One voice says. "I wouldn't call it a request. More like a fucking order. No one touches her. I still don't understand why the Reaper cares so much about her safety. She's in bed with the Elam. Her mate killed Christopher last night. If the Elam kills more of our spies, we'll be in deep shit. We don't touch the Elam's mate. We don't make contact with the Elam's mate." So again, they tell her immediately their names. I'm Gerald, that's Kane, that's Barrett, that's Bree. They tell her, "Listen, we put cuffs on you. They mess with your mind chips so that currently they don't know where you are, but it doesn't work forever. I don't understand how these things work temporarily. Like, can they just like snap
That's
them off
Jerry.
and snap back on? I don't get it. And then in walks Hal. And they're like, oh, Hal, you know her. Did you meet her by chance? So she's off limits to everyone but you? And so she tells them, hey,
So
listen,
is he the Reaper?
I know that the Elam is planning retribution for the attacks. They want to send the Reaper a message. In 2 days, they said they're going to ambush the underworld community. I wanted you all to know.
So is
they
Hal
used
the
mind
Reaper?
chip to kill your comrade who whistled at me. I'm sorry. And they're like, oh, you didn't run to your mate about that guy? I didn't run to him. Must be difficult for you going to dinners and balls dressed up like some pathetic prize. I can see why a fucking whistle scared you. She's like,
What?
listen, they have maps of everything. They know your tunnels. Yeah, we know your little mate's plans. I'm afraid that's the only reason you came. If that's the only reason you came down here, you wasted your time.
What
the
the
entrance I
hell?
used,
They're so rude.
it was circled on the map. Then they changed their tune. They're like, why did you risk yourself in order to tell us this? I didn't want anyone else to die. She finds out that there's music and art down in the underworld, which they've stopped calling the beneath at this point, which is weird. Or maybe there's different sub-levels and I'm missing something. I don't fucking know. So she's surprised that there's music and art down there. She's like, Hal, why didn't you tell me? Would you believe me if I did? She'd probably believe anything you told her. Like,
True.
There's never been a point where she hasn't. So her and Hal are pretty much alone, and he's like, you shouldn't have come here. Your mind chip will track you. She's like, I saw the parting, and the Starlings, they support the Reaper. I told them I would help. I told them I would get information on the Elam for the Reaper. Did they tell you to come down here? No, they told me to do nothing. Do you know them? The Reaper's network is wide. You should have listened to them. I came down here
Who
to find
is the Reaper?
I came down here to find you. Moonlight, there's a reason I said goodbye. You are the Elam's mate.
Moonlight.
You can't do this. He isn't different. I was angry. I shouldn't have said all those things. Are you the Reaper? And he's like, that isn't the question I'm hoping you'll ask me. That wasn't a no. It wasn't a yes. What do you want me to ask? You know the question, Moonlight. Ask it. Kiss me? Ugh,
Kiss me.
Is so corny. So they kiss and it says,
Yikes.
a firestorm of desire hollowed me out and yet filled me to the brim all in the same breath.
Okay,
we are
girl,
reminded that
but-
they've only known each other a week by the text itself, which is hilarious.
My God.
And then Kane, one of the rebellion guys, comes in and he's like, hey, those cuffs only scramble her chip for so long, and her mate is killing people. We can't afford to make mistakes. And Hal's like, yeah, I'm going. And it says, I turned to see Kane's glowering frame, fury staring back at Hal and me. I shivered at the rage in his gaze, burning into my back as we walked away. I don't know why they made this such a big deal. Hal takes her back to the surface. He's like, don't come back to the underworld. Your chip's gonna start tracking you in less than a minute. Now get, basically.
Get.
Lo has been texting her and she's like, hey, I haven't heard from you. I want to, are you okay? Which is, are you okay is a question that friends ask each other. And apparently they're just like, yeah, we're friends, except we're not friends because we can't be friends, but we're friends. And so she goes and talks to Lo and she's like, Lo, the Elam are looking for defects who are working against them. They're going to be watching us. Who would work against them? People who are unhappy with how things are. People in the underworld. The underworld, where the majors live, they don't live in Lowtown. They live underground. I thought it was called the Beneath. Isn't that what the next book in this series is called? They captured a sympathizer, the guy who whistled at me before we were in the pod that one day. You remember. Did you tell them about him? But the Elam have told the elite that it was Emmeline's fault. So everybody thinks that Emmeline was working with the Elam and like helped capture that guy who whistled at her. I'm not helping them. They killed a man. The elite have this group of men who wear green called the Force. I saw them outside the sanctuary. They took offspring away. Did that happen to you? Yes, Lo said. Lo, I'm so sorry. I don't want to talk about it. Is Gregory helping the Elam? I don't know. But Gregory isn't a bad person, Lo. Okay, Lo says. And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Okay. If that
That's
isn't a red flag, I
insane.
don't know what is. I don't know why you would trust this woman. You are told not to have friends. And the next day, she's woken up to Hal and Barrett, one of the resistance guys, in her room. They mention a woman named Thea, who is our best healer. A healer is someone who takes care of the injured and sick people. They used to be called doctors. Majors get hurt from the manual labor a lot. It was strange.
They used to
think
be
of the
called
body getting
doctors.
hurt. It was unheard
It's
of on the
a
surface.
review of a really bad
How do you
book.
possibly deliver children without the need of something like a healer? Doesn't have to be a doctor. Is there really nothing for childbirth, which this, whole thing really relies upon pretty heavily? What are we using in lieu? So then she goes into the minor, area. This is all kind of wishy-washy to me. I have very little understanding of the area in which the miners live. She notices that they're taking supplements and all of them look pretty heavily drugged. And she tells Lo, hey, you need to stop taking the supplements, something's wrong with them. We were never giving supplements with evening meals. I snatched the supplements from my tray. And she's like, why hadn't the Reaper stopped this? Perhaps because he was injured, barely able to walk? Like how? I don't know anymore. Girl, me neither. So she's not taking the supplements. The next day she's talking to Lo about this and she's like Lo is shocked. She's like, they're actually drugging us. How did you figure it out? And all that Lo really wants to talk about though is Gregory. And Emmeline's like, Lo, they are drugging us. Isn't that a little more pressing? But Gregory doesn't seem interested and Lo is concerned that she's not going to get a mating contract with him, and that's all she wants in life. Well, then the Force shows up because the Elam is giving out promotions for minors disobeying. She's trying to get Lo into a pod, and they run into the Force, and she tells them, my mate is a member of the Elam. One of the other comrades tells that guy, look at her fucking wrist, and she says that she can recognize the voice. I don't really know who that is, to be honest with you. She's the Enforcer's mate, you fucking idiot. Why didn't you say the Enforcer? the one closest to her spat out. You didn't seem inclined to believe me. What? That doesn't even make any sense. I'm getting tired. She goes to Colin's house. She's given a room by Nora. She's has it explained to her that things aren't black and white. Nora basically explains to her, she's like, I have 3 kids. Kids change you so fully, and you think that, you know, you can't find room for more, and then you have another kid and your heart just grows even more, and you would do anything for these kids. What you want to know is not so simple. Should anyone do bad things? No. But no one is all good or all bad. Each person has their breaking point, their line in the sand. Maybe you should find out Colin's before you write him off completely. What she's thinking about is, maybe my birth mother loves me the way that Nora loves her kids. Was I wrong about my birth mother never caring about me? Or had my status truly stifled any love from her? Emmeline asks Nora, what about you and Gregory? I thought you might have figured it out. He hasn't been careful lately. He's angry. We were both up for new mates again. I was matched with William while Gregory was assigned a minor mating. Then he found out about you and Colin. Gregory was Edward's best friend through the academy, a troublesome pair. Nothing serious, but they were always up to no good. When I bled, so first period, the Elam decided I should be mated. I was 16 at the time. I was mated with Edward. My immaculate genes, as they called them, would further our society. I was 5 years older than he was, or he was 5 years older than I was. I couldn't do it the first time. Edward wasn't pleased. He raged and broke things. He changed. He became cruel.
That is
I told
scary.
Edward no. He became physical with me.
What?
Gregory heard. He broke into the room. It was a mess. He beat Edward badly. He carried me out of the room. He stayed with me those next few nights, and he kept Edward away from me. I think that maybe her first daughter is actually Gregory's. I'm not really sure. The point is, her children are now at the academy, and she will undergo anything that they ask in order to keep them safe. So she will never be with Gregory because she thinks if she tries and she's found out,
threaten
then
her daughter.
her children will be harmed. And
That's
Emmeline's like, well,
sad.
you guys could be together if you go to the underworld. And she's like, I would never leave my children behind in unsafety. Colin shows up and he's like, we need to maintain our public appearances. The press and the elite want to see you more, see who you are to me and to the Elam. I think the elite know what I am. They bowed to me after you told them I sent a man to his death. Tabitha wanted to send the right message. The right message. And that what? I'm subservient to you and the Elam? Everyone below the Elam is subservient to them, including the elite. Well, everyone except you. I got another report about you, by the way. I did tell you very little happens in this city that I'm not aware of. And when it comes to you, I'm aware of everything. You took a run to the river the morning after the meeting. Your heart rate was elevated several times after you stopped running. Your oxytocin and dopamine levels were elevated when you returned to your living quarters. And he's like, it's so convenient that you were relaxing by Lowtown where the cameras are outdated. Seems like a poor place for your cameras not to work. I'd have thought the Elam would want to watch the majors. Tabitha agreed with you when it was brought to the Elam's attention that my mate was in an unapproved area, so instead of leading the retribution I planned, I was sent to fix a flaw you found while simultaneously coming up with a valid reason for why you were there. Sorry to take away your chance to hurt more majors, so he didn't get to carry out a terrorist attack on the majors. And he's like, well, I had to concoct a story, and now you're the new spy for the Elam to give us feedback on the minors. This is your fault, basically. Like, he's telling her, you know, I had to concoct this story and say that you're a spy to keep you safe. You went where you shouldn't have without warning me. It was the best I could come up with for why you were where you weren't supposed to be. It would be nice if you could just try to follow their rules so I wouldn't have to worry all the damn time. Their rules make me your property. And so she reaches into her bag, takes out the supplements she hasn't been taking, and throws them at her. Does anyone else know you're not taking these? Strange that now I stopped taking them. I'm optimal for pregnancy, which is what her HI told her. It isn't pleasant what happens to those who don't follow the Elam. You mean don't follow you. And then suddenly it switches to them being into each other, which was a weird choice by the narrative and quite jarring. You are unlike anything I've ever known. You're maddening, consuming, unwilling to follow any of their rules. I have a role to play, and yet I spend my time thinking about you. If I leaned forward an inch, our lips would meet. My core tightened. I would tell him no. I didn't want this. An Elam. He says, tell me no. And she says, I can't. Girl, you can't?
You
Could
can't?
not be me. I'd be like, no. Now, 9, goodbye. Nora walks in when they're about to kiss, and she's like, get me a pod. And before she leaves, she sees the storms in his sapphire pools winking out his eyeballs. And he says to her, the rules need to be followed. I'm a member of the Elam, and you are my mate. You have to adhere to their rules. And if I don't, the consequences won't be pleasant. She talks to the Starling team, again, her like prep team, Violet and Rose. My brother saw you in below. Who's your brother? Rajesh. He was phased out of the academy. Not all of them make it to the underworld. Many are eliminated. They eliminated young offspring. So they tell her that there's going to be like moves made soon, within the next few days by the rebellion. She asks about the Reaper, and they tell her the Reaper, his identity is not known by many. How did the elite know him then? He has a style to him, being an efficient killer. He's very lethal, capable of taking down twice as many men, and if he has time, he cuts the chips out of the elite's arms. I only know one person who had cut out their chip. Bitch, you hardly know anyone. The bar is so low. Some say he is making his own chips. Others say it's just to send a message. And some say he's taking their mind chips and raising the dead to take down everyone in the clouds. How do you raise the dead? How can you possibly raise the dead? Where is this coming from? Why is this coming into the narrative so late? Your defect mind chip isn't allowed in the clouds unless the Elam approve it. But
yes, good night, Luigi man.
Are allowed to move freely in the clouds. Scan that mind chip instead of your own, and suddenly his army is in the sky. Yes, an army. It spans from beneath to above. Are we serious that we could not have done this earlier? Okay. Why the elite though? Why not just take their mind chips and leave them? Because the chips are right by a radial artery, and you risk killing anybody that, if you're not extremely exact when you take it out, if you hit that, you're gonna bleed out. So he kills them for their chips, or just to kill them? They kill us, marginalize us. Why shouldn't we retaliate? You thought there was a good guy and a bad guy, didn't you? How naive. And she feels bad for them because these two are gay, which I was like, oh, okay. Well, like normally when I read something written by a fundamentalist Christian, and I can name you several, they are homophobic.
Yeah, there's no gay.
See here, a gentle tyranny. The only gay person is the bad guy, and they're being gay by choice because they don't allow men into their society. See also J.M. Bucklebeak's books, where the bad guys are not only gay, they're pedophiles. Because if there's one thing that Christians do, and I would know, even being, you know, I'm queer myself, but I grew up in a very anti-queer environment. If there's one thing that we're gonna do, it's demonize queer people. So Colin picks her up in a pod, and she's dressed up basically like a star. She's glittering. If I glittered like a star, he was the darkness that blanketed the night sky. Oh, is this as close as he's gonna get to being a shadow daddy? His sapphire gaze drank me in. We need to discuss our situation before this ball. I told the Elam that you've been actively spying for us the last 2 weeks, and that's why we didn't have any public appearances. You need to sell that story to the elite. You could be eliminated for your actions. Do you comprehend that? Do you understand what it feels like to watch people be eliminated? Thanks to you, I do. So what do I tell them about not being drugged by you? Your supplements were never to be altered like the others. I wouldn't let them drug you, Emmeline. So at this event, someone, I don't even remember who it was, is like talking to them and saying like there were a lot of elites who were interested in the role as Colin's mate. But there's always your next mating, Colin. He says, I have no intentions for a second mating. And then they say an Elam offspring would be a blessing. There hasn't been one in my 70 years of life. And I'm like, hold on. What do you mean an Elam offspring? Is that just an offspring of the Elam? Or do you get like absorbed into the Elam if your parent, if your dad, if your father in particular is an Elam?
I guess.
I genuinely don't fucking know. Because again, I don't know how somebody becomes part of the Elam. I don't know how Colin
Yeah, do they just get elected?
These dudes are really
I don't
shitty
understand.
at this particular party. One asks if Emmeline doesn't speak. Would that be a bad thing? Ha 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 ha. Elite manners are the great distinguishing factor between a civilized mind and a defective one. And they're like, perhaps there's weight to the idea of whether minors are capable of being reformed.
What?
Colin sends a signal to Nora to come get Emmeline because they're, you know, being shitty in front of her. And she's like, Nora, I'm a minor. Why do you want to be my friend? Even with your eyes, Emmeline, I see a woman who has been treated unfairly.
What?
If any of my offspring had been deemed a defect at birth, I would love them all the same. We are all alike if we care to see it. Nora and Gregory then dance in front of everybody, and this is the closest they'll ever get to being together. And again, justice for Gregory! Her birth mother is there, Emmeline's birth mother, and she's like, hey, so are you happy with your mate? Does it matter? No one cares for my happiness, Helen. I care,
Jesus
Helen
Christ.
whispered. Helen, you are needed elsewhere with the retired women. Her father, Victor, shows up and is like, you have done nothing but threaten the greater good from the moment you opened your eyes. When the truth comes out, you shall meet your downfall. And never question my commitment to the Elam again. My loyalty is absolute. The only insult I have ever given them was you. Our ancestors built this city after the last war. They helped create all of this. We had a flawless lineage and unwavering loyalty.
Even have a little
always
Volpic
besides the
sticker.
Elam,
So
almost
good.
being one of them.
And
Then
have
you ruined
toast.
everything. My abilities were questioned because of you. She's like, did you send me that blue dress? I didn't send you that dress, but my unending gratitude to whoever put you in the color you earned at birth. If your mother hadn't intervened, the moment I saw your eyes, you have been in blue or worse. My reward for my moment of humanity was to be stuck with the woman who gave me you. Even if you pop out some elite offspring, you will return to where you belong, but mark my words, when you fail, which you will destroy everything Colin worked for. Colin shows up with his sapphire eyes again. Vincent, the Elam truly are getting impatient. You should have had answers by now. It was a task beneath your intelligence. That's what you said. You should have delivered by now. You more than anyone understand the ramifications of disappointing the Elam. Now, if you'll excuse my mate, her and Colin argue again because, you know, that's how we bring up the intensity. What do you want from me, Emmeline? To be cared for, to be saved. What a stupid answer. I'm
That's
your
an
mate, not a
insane thing.
savior.
Yeah,
Tabitha requests Colin because there's some issue. She goes off and fucks off to some hallway.
To be
Hal is there, and they
saved.
have sex in a broom closet. I want you
What?
to contract in all moonlight. Tell me
What?
you want me to. Hal's mouth
What?
swallowed my gasp
What?
as he began tracing my
What?
signature through the soaked fabric. Heat
Norvit,
scorched
thank
me.
you so much for
My conditioning
following.
slipped away, as did my contract.
That's
and the
freaking
rules I'd
crazy,
been
dude.
force-fed my entire existence. This was everything I wanted. This was everything I needed. His thumb pressed against the bundle of nerves. A
Oh
moment
my
of
God,
clinging.
they're just talking
Moonlight,
about
they'll hear what I
sex.
do to you. His breath
That's
on my
crazy.
neck as he cupped the apex of my thighs. He's using, you know, digits. The fullness stretching me as his thumb rubbed tight circles over the bundle of nerves. That's two bundle of nerves in one. Schnipsing, she says, let go, moonlight. The name on his lips unraveled. All I was.
Passive
my pleasure
blob,
shattered
thank you
apart.
for
This
following,
is
Stretch.
almost indistinguishable
The finished
from
one?
a Fourth Wing Smek scene. Fingers moving as waves of pleasure racked my body.
Cute,
Like,
right?
seriously, this is nearly
I have paw
identical.
prints.
It's like somebody was like, all right, you can use my
Lemon.
answers, but make sure you change them a little
Slice
bit so
of
that,
meat.
you know, we don't get caught cheating. It's like, oh, it's basically the same though. You're caught cheating. It's hyperbole, relax. It's very similar. She offers to do him a favor. He says, no, tonight was about you. You have to get back. She looks like a fucking mess. Her brother finds her and he's like, all right, you gotta fix this. You're covered in makeup and your hair's a mess. Then she hears an argument between Gregory and her other brother, Philip, because Philip's like, you need to accept the contract between you and Lo. And Gregory's like, fuck off, essentially. Justice for Gregory! You have to let Nora go. I will never let her go. Think of Timothy. He's at the academy now. You know Catherine wants me nowhere near him. His only son, apparently. I don't know. Although he does do that paternalistic thing where he's like, Emmeline, I want to pummel whoever left you in this state because they clearly don't care about your safety. And he also tells her that his former mate, Catherine, keeps him away from Timothy, his 5-year-old son, and that he can't see his son very much. Because she has kept him from me as much as possible. And in a patriarchal society, I'm not even sure how this is possible at all for her to do that. He asks, hey, tell me about Lola. She's funny, intense, and beautiful. She's a good person. He's like, all right, cool. Hey, if you care about that person that you were with at all, don't ever see them again. You will regret loving someone you cannot have. It will destroy you. You will spend your entire life fighting to keep a secret. And she's like, so you're gonna let Nora go? He says, all I have ever done is let her go. It is as known to me as breathing. Good night, little sister.
That is so
Justice
sad.
for Gregory. Put Gregory in a better book.
Gregory.
All I have ever done is let her go. Ouch, that hurt. I felt something.
That is really
so again,
sad.
0.5 for Gregory alone. The rest of this book, 1 star. Her and Lo get into an argument because she's like, how is this not enough for you? You have an Elam mate. Most miners would kill to be in your place. She's like, what if it isn't what I want? Do you want to stay down here? The miners are drugged. We have no rights. And she's like, what if the underworld is better? How could it be better down there? We'd have freedom. Living underground in the garbage?
Yeah, what?
Lo says that's not freedom, that's prison. Hal and somebody else from the rebellion come pick her up. She's like, we gotta go. I've just shut down the grid. I don't want you above the surface. Why are you shutting down the grid? The grid is going black because the Reaper is ready for justice. And then they're having sex again. But like, actually like P&V stuff this time.
I'm so confused.
Just like bonk, which is kind of what these dudes do in these scenes, I assume. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but it's the same thing as last time, except now it's just P&V. There was no prompting this time. There was no need for it as he thrust again, his mouth on my neck, and the release was crashing through me. He drove into me again, drawing out wave after wave of pleasure as I shattered around us. Wave of pleasure, shattered around us. This is why it sounds like Fourth Wing. Dragging my nails
all
down
the words
his
are the
back,
same.
he groaned against my climax. He groaned
Yes.
against my climax? How do you,
I've seen the
unless
little
he's down
Pokemon
there,
holders.
which
They're
he's
so
not.
cute.
How
I
do you
have two
groan
on my
against
purse.
it?
I love
don't know.
them.
Anyway, they talk about cutting out her chip, and he's like, well, I don't want to do that because it's dangerous. You survived. So she's down in the beneath with him, and she is left alone to her own devices for some reason.
She's gonna
Which
do
sounds
something
like a terrible
stupid.
idea. And she's looking at all of the rebellion's stuff. A rusty ancient gun lay out on a table. A word caught my attention, a word scribbled on a piece of paper poking out. It wasn't just a paper, it was a folder. As I lifted it, several pages fell to the ground. A ringing began in my ears as I looked at the first paper. The folder says Moonlight. My hand shook. Pages of thorough information on me, on my job, on my birth family, my defect. Images of me walking into the Capitol building. Images of me with
Is he a
glow.
stalker?
Likes art. Stares a lot. Learn about art. Has no friends. Alone. Hates her eyes. Make her like them. Make her care. Easiest way to manipulate. Moonlight, I can explain. It isn't what it looks like. I felt my heart crack under the realization that both sides seemed to have a role for me. A need, not a want. Did one of those papers tell you to sleep with me, or was that just for fun? You knew exactly who I was before you showed up in my office. None of this was by accident. So it's like Dimitri and Anastasia, but worse. Were they all in on this? Not everyone was for it, but we got sick of waiting. Waiting for what, Hal? And she realizes that like the rebellion guys have been saying weird stuff that like now makes sense in context. You do her no justice by keeping her in the dark. Gerald had known my name before I even got there. I wrote all that before I even met you. We found out that you might be the Elam's mate several moons ago. I thought you could help us work from within. By making me care about you, by making you agreeable to the cause. I was someone you were willing to hurt. Emmeline, you were a job.
Jesus
when I realized you meant
Christ.
something to me, I couldn't lose another thing I love. You left me?
annoying.
Yes, I do. That wasn't part of the plan. This is why you kept telling me it was dangerous. Was it protection when you left me to walk out in front of the elite with my hair and dress destroyed? So it was obvious what I had done? You knew the Elam were there. If I hadn't run into Gregory, I could have been hurt or eliminated. She says that she's been lying and protecting him, like Colin hasn't been lying to you too. So what does the Reaper actually plan on saving? Only those in blue? Mostly, they're the innocent ones. No one on the ground or the sky is innocent? Not the ones I've met. I thought the Reaper was a brave man. I thought he was better than the Elam. He isn't. There are good people up there. How can anyone win when you all hate each other? How are any of you different? And I'm like, oh, good. We're fence sitting. We're both sidesing. Awesome. She leaves. Gerald, one of the rebellion guys, says that Hal is not the Reaper. There's a bunch of attacks going on.
Hal isn't the Reaper?
Philip comes and gets her. He explains the Reaper's been targeting this one building for a while.
So I think it's Colin.
They go to I think Colin's house, and of course Gregory is there sleeping with Nora. They all get on their case about it. They're like, no, you're right, we're done. Nora's like, no, I can't do this anymore, Gregory. We have to be done. And she's horrified by this. She's like, why is it that the Elam can't just let two people who love each other be happy together? Colin shows up, and he is in Elite Force uniform, and he's like, this is what I did before I came to be an Elam. The role that I have for the Elam is because of my work in the Elite Force. You never told me that. You never asked. You guys barely talked. So.
Yeah.
And she's like, all of these men are bad. There were no saviors, just varying shades of morally corrupt people with varying lines.
This
in
is
the
a
sand.
Pidgey one I
We are
made. It
closer
has
to
like
war than ever
pencils. It has a
before.
muffin,
She
little
talks
cameras.
to the Starlings, and Violet's like, you
Cassette
were
tape.
with the Reaper, you're saying, but he was with the attack. Did he identify himself to you? That can't be right. This is his first successful attack since the last war. He bested the Elam. He wouldn't stay behind. And then they argue because people died and she doesn't want anybody to die, and everybody's like, whenever everybody's always justifying it by saying it's a necessary byproduct of the cause. So of course she's, you know, the fence sitter and saying both sides bad, which is like the easiest position to take. She slips and says not the Reaper, but says Hal, and they're like, Hal, is that who you were with yesterday? Wasn't he the one behind the dress? And this is where she finds out that Hal is the one who sent the blue dress.
That's insane.
For her to be embarrassed in. She asks Nora, do you believe in the greater good? And Nora says, it depends on which greater good you're referring to. It's just a matter of perspective. Everybody's greater good is going to be different. And so they're talking about the Reaper, and she says, Nora, you never called the Reaper a man. Who says it has to be a man? Maybe a woman is tired of being a vessel. And so it was at this point where I'm like, oh, so is Alice the Reaper then? Her friend who was killed?
Oh, yeah,
I
it's
guess not
definitely
killed?
Alice.
And at this point I realized I actually don't give a shit who the Reaper is, because none of this really has any emotional impact on me whatsoever.
Yeah,
Nothing is surprising,
fair.
nothing is exciting here. Colin picks her up.
Okay,
and
so here are
takes
the
her
ones
to
we
go
decorated
talk
today. I'm
to
gonna put the rest
Elam,
away.
And he's like, listen, you're a spy. You have to act. He calls her Moonlight. He's like, you're a spy. You're a spy. You're a spy. You're a spy. Keep to the plan. So Tabitha, the
He
leader of
calls
the
her
Elam, is finally
Moonlight?
there in person. And the other person who's there is a guy named Charles, who apparently is also an Elam member. Again, I don't know how many there are or what this means. I don't fucking know. Tabitha clearly knows that there's something between Hal and Emmeline. She's like, oh, you don't want to look at Emmeline, Hal? She sure can't stop looking at you. He fought rather hard, but he has a chip again. Isn't it wonderful? Hal is taken away, and Emmeline is told that she has to go talk to Tabitha alone. Colin and her have a conversation before she leaves where she's like, he asked her, did you plan to join the rebellion? My involvement with the Reaper is none of your business. It's entirely my business. What was the plan? Spying on me to get information on the Elam? Infiltrate the Elam from within? I don't have to answer to you. I am your mate. You do answer to me. You have to answer to the Elam now, to Tabitha. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into. I don't care. They will destroy the people you love to destroy you. I've watched them do it, Emmeline. You mean them. You are an Elam. So Tabitha and her talk alone after Tabitha tells Colin that he has to go oversee her Emmeline's living quarters being emptied and everything moved into his house. I will personally make sure your property makes it back to your living quarters in one piece, Colin, referring to Emmeline.
Property?
So he says, see you soon, and that's the last we see from Colin in this book. Oh, and one more thing she tells Colin before Tabitha leaves is the one who actually informed us that the Reaper deserves an award. They shall fill you in on the way. You will oversee that. Ensure she gets what she wants. I dare say she's been trying to achieve it for long enough. So this is referring to Lo, who has been telling them every single thing that Emmeline has ever said to her.
That's insane,
so they go into a room,
dude.
Tabitha and Emmeline, and Tabitha's like, sorry I'm covered in blood. I forget how they bleed. He wouldn't give me the information I wanted. And so at this point I'm thinking,
what?
wait, are the Elam like robots or something? Because like that wouldn't be a terrible idea, but if that's the truth, then it did not come up in this book. Are they like robots in skin suits that are dictating the wills of humans? Because we could have done something really interesting with that.
That's why they don't have
imagine
kids.
Humans finding out, oh my god, we've been being dictated by AI in skin this whole time. We have to fight back against Skynet.
They don't have kids.
That could have been a really interesting book. But again, like
we have to
just
fight
did
against
2
Skynet.
bad romances in the span of a week here instead. I've been using you as elite entertainment. You are an anomaly. Colin didn't want to do a trial, but I decided to conduct my own trial on you. You're going to restore our peace. You have primed us to destroy everyone who is standing against us. If you even attempt to help them, Hal will be eliminated. Your spying has ended. The other Elam, Charles in particular, okay, how many others are there? I'm dying to know. Had petitioned for your instant elimination now that we have the Reaper. No foresight, men. It would be a mercy to you, and I would lose the leverage on the Reaper and his pathetic followers.
Oh,
we can't
they
have
think
that.
Hal's the
Plus,
Reaper?
there's no fun in it. Death is quick. I learned that the hard way the first time. Again, I feel
Look
like
at all my
that
purple
was
deck
hinting
boxes.
at her being a robot, kind of. I don't know. We've tried to show you
Purple,
that all these
purple.
emotions make things messy. That was the other thing that I felt like was robotic. We provided you with roles, mates, sustenance. We maintain stability through these resources, but it isn't enough for you. It's never
Okay,
enough.
guys.
You insist on letting these emotions dictate
I'm gonna
your
pause
life.
this. We'll watch
Hal
the
told
rest
us you were
later.
just
We don't have that
Enterprise's
much
minor,
left, but
then I pulled your chip and ordered them to eliminate
I'm
you.
gonna-
It's a shame.
that book's almost done anyways, because it's a 9-part trilogy, which doesn't even make any sense. Oh my god, Mr. Calamity. Oh my god. We have 3 of these stupid ass ASMRs. Okay, tell me what you want me to eat for your part of the ASMR. I want to die. Oh my god. They suck so bad. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll get it. And we'll do a stupid punishment ASMR. Stupid head. Stupid. I mean, you could choose anything. If you're like, oh, I want gummies, or like, oh, I want something crunchy, like, you get to choose the food, as long as I'm not allergic. But yeah, you get to choose. No, I have to do the other two. They haven't told me what they wanted yet. I have to check and message them and be like, hey. Because then I have to do it like it's going to be a full stream, basically, of me eating stupid food. While you're thinking on that, let's find someone to raid, because I have to do that stuff. Oh my god, it's 1:34 a.m. That's crazy. Okay, I just have to go to sleep, actually. Let's raid Clover. I love Clover, and they're playing Marble Wobble. Marble Wobble. Dang, that's crazy. You need to go to sleep. Thick water? That's disgusting. I will do that, though. Yes, I am real. Okay, y'all. We are going to be raiding into Clover Inari's stream. If you want to do the Zomba raid message, feel free. And I'll see you tomorrow, probably, most likely. Bye-bye, guys. Bye, 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 bye.